Get shit real for real, for real. Goddamn, all that faking and shit, man. Goddamn. We gotta turn up for real, you know what I'm saying? For real. Yeah. Please don't make me have to turn up. All gas, no brakes, burn up. I'm trapping on the phone, it's a burn up. Don't trust no nigga when I come up. Nah, stupid nigga, make me shut up. Like my bitches, no makeup. I done really go and get some money. I don't got time to lay up. make a deal. I was tryna file for a pill. Nigga, you a rat, you a squeal. How you tell on your own man? Keep it silent, I'll never take a stand. If I went down with spaz, free all my niggas in the can. Please don't make me have to turn up. All gas, no bread, burn up. When I'm trapping on the phone, it's a burn up. Don't trust no nigga when I come up. I'll step a nigga, make him shut up. Like my bitches, no makeup. I don't really go and get some money. I don't got time to lay up. Please don't make me have to turn up. All gas, no bread, burn up. When I'm trapping on the phone, it's a burn up. Don't trust no nigga when I come up. I'll step a nigga, make him shut up. Like my bitches, no makeup. I don't really go and get some money. I don't got time to lay up.
Yeah, let me go a little bit of volume, nigga. Let me go a little bit of volume, nigga. Yeah. KLODT. You on that head busting shit right now, nigga. Get with it, nigga. What's up, gang? Y'all can hear good out there? Y'all got good volume? Can y'all hear me out there? Do y'all got good volume? Y'all can hear? Can y'all hear out there? I'm just coming out that goddamn ringing, man. Like that motherfucker ringing like a motherfucker right now. Y'all got good volume? All right.
No, amigo. Yeah. I just see that hate through the grapevine. Tell that you love when you stop crying. Yeah. I ran out of love, so I stopped trying. I ran out of trust, so I stopped trusting. My heart done stopped feeling like a bust. Whoa, whoa. Can't find no love, so I chase money. Can't find no love, so I chase liquor. Quit popping on the pills, now it's out my system. Real trap nigga, I don't like to take pictures. I did get mad cause I don't fuck with him. And if I fuck with him, I'ma boss with him. It ain't no question if wrong with you. These niggas be changing what's wrong with them. These bitches be changing what's wrong with them. Yeah. Enough is enough, you can see I'm tired. You can see the pain in my damn ride. Sometimes I ask God why. Don't hop in if you ain't gon' slide. Don't hop in if you ain't gon' ride. I know they scared they don't wanna die. I've been doing dirt ducking one time. These fake ass bitches on my damn line. These fake ass bitches tryna waste time. I've been doing me, I can't make time. Couldn't find love, so I stopped trying. Couldn't find love, so I kept going. Don't tell me that you love me if you can't show it. I had things around me and I didn't even know it. Couldn't find trust, so I kept going. I can see the hate through the grapevine. Tell that you love me when you stop crying. Yeah. I ran out of love, so I stopped trying. I ran out of trust, so I stopped trusting. My heart done stopped feeling like a bust. Whoa, whoa. Can't find no love, so I chase money. Can't find no love, so I chase liquor. Quit popping on the pills, now it's out my system. Real trap nigga, I don't like to take pictures. I did get mad cause I don't fuck with him. And if I fuck with him, I'ma boss with him. It ain't no question if wrong with you. These niggas be changing what's wrong with them. These bitches be changing what's wrong with them. Yeah. I'm so used to it now that it don't faze me. Talk to myself, think I'm going crazy. This life so hard, wish it'd be easy. Got a devil on my back trying to sneak me. I just thank God that I'm breathing. I done lost all my feelings. Pain don't change, I'm still bleeding. Shit don't change, no, I'm still drinking. It's a lot on my mind, I be thinking. I've been thinking about them times when I ain't had no hope. Put my faith in the streets, started selling dope. Put my faith in them niggas, they ain't even show. Put my faith in them bitches, but they all hoes. I don't even got no love no more. Hey, so it's love on show. I can see the hate through the grapevine. Tell that you love me when you stop crying. Yeah. I ran out of love, so I stopped trying. I ran out of trust, so I stopped trusting. My heart done stopped feeling like a bust. Whoa, whoa. Can't find no love, so I chase money. Can't find no love, so I chase liquor. Quit popping on the pills, now it's out my system. Real trap nigga, I don't like to take pictures.
Y'all ready for the day? What's up, Scholar?
Ain't no
Thanks
question
for
what's wrong
the
with
sticker,
These
man.
niggas be changing what's wrong with them. These bitches be changing
What's wrong with them? Gang, gang. We ready for this goddamn live today. This is it right here, like Michael Jackson said, man.
Oh, this shit on TNT?
Yeah.
Murder. It's murder, dog. That's all I get to the beat.
Alright. Man, they need to hurry up and they get this shit started, man. God damn. They ready to trip now. What's up to all y'all up there? Any of my moderators in? Where my Cash App at? I had to go out there and get me some water and shit and all this extra shit. They talking about storm coming and all this crazy shit, so I'm trying to get prepared. I ain't trying to get caught up in here without no goddamn, without the right essentials. We got a storm coming, you feel me? So, for all y'all down there in Florida, we pray for y'all because y'all about to get it. Then you able to see your stuff now, right? Somebody had blocked you. I don't know who the fuck did that. But G Money or Dom, why y'all blocked Dana Dan? And she the one been putting up the shit. I had to go through here. I see a couple people that been on the block list that shouldn't been blocked. Yep. You know what I'm saying? I see a couple people. Y'all can hear me now? A couple people up here. Excuse me. That's too fucking loud. All right. Let me get this shit right. Thunderbolt PC. All right. It just sound like that because I ain't talking dead into the fucking microphone. All right. But we got content. Let me go turn this motherfucking TV off in my damn room. All right, let's go, man. We might got some action right here. Yeah, we can see you. We got content. Man, why the fuck this shit keep blowing? Stop that bullshit now. All right. Ain't making no noise yet. Hit the like button, y'all.
Ain't nothing she can get. You motherfucker. Ain't nothing she can get. What's up, gang? I ain't got my little backdrop in right now. But why they ain't saying nothing? Like, this shit y'all crazy. It's hard to hear me because I'm not speaking dead into the microphone, y'all. God. Y'all want me to yell and scream? No. That's why you can't hear me, because I ain't speaking into the microphone. If you could barely hear me, then that means I ain't speaking into the microphone. You can hear me now, right? Okay. Can y'all hear me? They killing me with this background shit. Oh, man, someone stop trying. Let's get this goddamn show on the road. Now, anybody here ever talk shit about them damn botch ass cameras? And then we find another mistake too. They had 1222 two times on there last night. Track the Trailer Family, who believe Track the Trailer Family hacked that video? Can y'all believe that? Hey, listen, the timestamps on the video got to be one timestamp. You can't have two timestamps. Even if you got an outside camera and an inside camera, it's still the same timestamp. How the fuck you get two different timestamps from the same film? Them fucking folk going to jail, man. They thought that shit been a joke. That's what they thought. They thought that shit been a joke. They thought they ain't gonna get catch. That timestamp fucked them up. And not only that, I know them people went back to EDT and get that goddamn original copy. I know they went back to EDT and get the original copy. The police. They altered it. Now, last night, ain't nobody in my box talking about all the trolls haul ass. Ain't nobody been in my box talking about, oh, you need to apologize to the cookie shop. Ain't a motherfucking soul fucking me last night. Two different systems. Pop. Him losing him life behind my cupcakes, you know. Oh, please, bitch. Him losing his life behind my cupcakes, you know. They're fucking band up foot. Boys, Creek, y'all smiling at the end of it? We got content.
All right. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. This Honorable Division of Criminal Court 10. The 30th Judicial District of the State of Tennessee is now open for the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment. All persons having business with this court draw near, give attention, and ye shall be heard. The Honorable Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell presiding. You may be seated.
What the fuck? Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Nigga, please. Fucking being up foot.
Any business we need to take care of before we get into jury?
Ooh, she got on a nice look. She smiling today. She about to send a nigga ass up the river. She about to burn a nigga ass today. If track the fat ass ain't been wrong, I still wouldn't apologize to her fat ass. I get up into Twinkie though. Help her kill herself. She get a foot up her ass. Well, I'm apologize for her family hacking the damn video. You crazy little motherfucker. Yeah, I told you we ain't. They trying to get public opinion. They little stupid ass ain't guilty. They little stupid ass with that damn botch up video. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Makita's cookie shop is going to prison. The fuck? I look like boo boo boo. Roses really smell like boo boo boo.
Before the jury comes in, I will start to read this jury charge very soon. There will be no movement during the charge. The door will be locked. Nobody will enter. Nobody will exit. It's going to take me about 15, 20 minutes to read this charge. So if you don't feel like you're going to be able to sit still during this time frame, please exit.
They need to fix this sound, man. Girl, stop cricking that goddamn chair. Where that little fat up one at? Look like she ain't won't be there.
Jury coming into the courtroom now.
Good morning. Good morning. I trust to get it right tonight. Mr. Evans, you call your first witness?
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Defense rest.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the truth in this matter. What you have had in your seats, is a jury charge. This is my portion of this trial. It's the law. Now, the law states that I have to read it to you. Please don't think I am insulting your intelligence by reading to you. I know you can read for yourself.
Why Thug ain't had no trial like this?
That is your copy. Feel free to write on it. I have the official copy here that will go back with you to the jury room. I cannot write on this copy. but feel free to make any notes.
Thank you,
that
Rhonda
you'd
Grant,
like
for the
to
cash
make.
app. Rhonda, thank you for the cash app, Rhonda.
That needs to be made will be made
Rhonda
on the
Grant.
official copy. State of Tennessee versus Justin Johnson. Members of the jury. The evidence in this case has been completed, and it is now my duty to instruct you as to the law. After I instruct you as to the law, the state and the defense may present their closing arguments. The law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions, and it is your duty to carefully consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out any one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. Duties of the court and the jury. The law makes it the duty of the court to charge the jury the law relative to the case on trial, and the duty of the jury to carefully consider all of the evidence delivered to them in the trial and under the law given them by the court, render their verdicts with absolute impartiality. No sympathy or prejudice by the jury. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdicts. You must render your verdicts with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. The indictment in this case is the formal written accusation charging the defendant with the crimes. It is not evidence against the defendant and does not create any inference of guilt. Statements and rulings of the court. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by such rulings, these instructions, nor any other remarks which I have made, do I mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts or as to what your verdicts should be. Statements and arguments of counsel. Statements, arguments, and remarks of attorneys are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. If any statements were made by the attorneys in this trial at any time that you believe are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them. Along these lines, the opening and closing arguments of the attorneys are likewise not evidence. You must base your decision in this case on the evidence that was actually presented in this court, not on the statements of attorneys. Furthermore, the questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is true. Jury, judges of facts and law. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. Also, you are the exclusive judges of the law under the direction of this court.
You know what's going on.
You should apply the law to the facts in deciding this case. You should consider all of the evidence in light of your own observations and experiences in life. Presumption of innocence.
So, E, thank you.
The law presumes that the defendant is innocent of the charges
For
against
Queen
him.
Hannah, Queen.
This
Thank you.
presumption remains with the defendant throughout every stage of the trial and is not overcome unless all the evidence in the case you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Burden of proof. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden never shifts but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of the crime charged, and that it was committed before the finding and returning of the indictment in this case. Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element necessary to constitute the offense. Crimes charged and pleaded. The first count of the indictment charges the offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Embraced and included within the offense are the lesser included offenses: facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The second count of the indictment charges the offense of first-degree murder. Embraced and included within the offense are the lesser included offenses of second-degree murder, facilitation to wit, first-degree murder, facilitation to wit, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, aggravated assault, facilitation to wit, voluntary manslaughter, facilitation to wit, aggravated assault, simple assault, facilitation to wit, simple assault. The third count of the indictment charges the offense convicted felon in possession of a firearm. The court will now explain to you the law applicable to count 1 in this indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who conspires to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant entered into an agreement with one or more people to commit the offense of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the object of the agreement be attained, and that each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the offense of first-degree murder, and that each party acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the offense of first-degree murder agreed that one or more of them would engage in conduct which constitutes the offense of first-degree murder, and that one of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. An overt act is an act done by one of the parties to carry out the intent of the conspiracy, and it must be a step toward the execution of this conspiracy. Intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Conspiracy is a continuing course of conduct which terminates when the objectives of the conspiracy are completed, or the agreement that they be completed is abandoned by the person and by those with whom the person conspires. The objectives of the conspiracy include, but are not limited to, escape from the offense, distribution of the proceeds of the offense, and measures
What Marcus said?
other than silence for concealing the crime or obstructing justice in relation to it. Abandonment of a conspiracy is presumed if neither the person nor anyone with whom the person conspired does any overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy during the applicable period of limitation. If an individual abandons the agreement, the conspiracy is terminated as to that person only if and when the person, those with whom the person conspired of the abandonment, or the person informs law enforcement authorities.
They gotta get screen dropped so they can hit them with the RICO, y'all.
Of the person's participation therein. However, mere presence is not sufficient to support the conviction. Facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, and that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of the conspiracy, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder has been defined on page 4. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or the circumstances, or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's
Nigga, you need to
conscious
give me
objective
$5,000
or
for it,
desire
dog.
to engage in the conduct or cause the result. The court will now explain to you the law applicable in count 2 in this indictment. First-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and that the killing was premeditated. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exists in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The mental state of the accused at the time he allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered in order to determine whether the accused was sufficiently free from excitement and passion as to be capable of premeditation. If the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it is immaterial that the accused may have been in a state of passion or excitement when the design was carried into effect. Furthermore, premeditation can be found if the decision to kill is first formed during the heat of passion, but the accused commits the act after the passion has subsided. Second-degree murder. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following.
That's your Marcus.
That the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and that the defendant acted knowingly. Knowingly means a person acts with an awareness that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Facilitation to wit first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific offense of first-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense. And that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of the first-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. First-degree murder has been defined on page 8. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Facilitation to wit, second-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific offense of second-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit from the proceeds or results of the offense. And that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of the second-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Second-degree murder has been defined on page 9. Knowingly means that the person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Voluntary manslaughter. Any person who commits voluntary manslaughter is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly, and that the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Passion means any of the human emotions known as anger, rage, sudden resentment, terror, or similar emotions which renders the mind incapable of cool reflection. Knowingly means that a person acts with an awareness that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused bodily injury to another, and that the act resulted in the death of another. Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Facilitation to wit, voluntary manslaughter. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, voluntary manslaughter, is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific offense of voluntary manslaughter, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, and that the defendant furnish substantial assistance to that person in the commission of the voluntary manslaughter, and that the defendant furnish each such assistance knowingly. Voluntary manslaughter has been defined on page 13. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of a person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Any person who, facilitation to wit aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific offense of aggravated assault, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense. And that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of the aggravated assault. And that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Aggravated assault has been defined on page 14. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted
When Squid Drop get the guilty verdict and walk out that court, the feds gonna be out there like Boosie. Like they've been outside for Boosie. Soon as that verdict read, he going straight into federal custody.
Simple assault. Any person who commits a simple assault upon another is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant caused bodily injury to another, and that the defendant acted either intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Facilitation to wit simple assault. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit simple assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific offense of simple assault, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense. And that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of the simple assault. And that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly.
Yep.
Simple assault has been defined on page 18. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. The court will now explain to you the law applicable to count 3 in this indictment. Convicted felon in possession of a firearm. Any person having been convicted of one of certain specific felonies who possesses a firearm is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant had been convicted of a specified felony, and that the defendant, after such felony conviction, possessed a firearm, and that the defendant acted either intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Firearm means any weapon that will or is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly with respect to circumstances surrounding the conduct or the result of the conduct when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. If you find from the proof that the defendant has been convicted of another crime or crimes than that for which he is presently on trial, you may not consider such evidence as proof of his disposition to commit the crime for which he is on trial. The defendant has pleaded not guilty to each and every offense charged and included in the indictment. Direct and circumstantial evidence. One type of evidence is called direct evidence and the other type is called circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is those parts of the testimony admitted in court which refer to what happened and was testified to by witnesses who saw or heard or otherwise sensed what happened firsthand. If witnesses testified about what they themselves saw or heard or otherwise sensed, they presented direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is all the testimony and exhibits which give you clues about what happened in an indirect way. It consists of all the evidence which is not direct evidence. Do not assume that direct evidence is always better than circumstantial evidence. According to our laws, direct evidence is not necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact if it is convincing enough. A defendant may be convicted on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Accomplice. The prosecution has presented a witness who claims to have been a participant with the defendant in the crime charged. While you may convict upon this testimony alone, you should act upon it with great caution. Give it careful examination in light of other evidence in the case. You are not to convict upon this testimony alone unless you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that it is true. Credibility of witnesses. You are the exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. You should consider all the evidence presented in this case by the state and by the defendant and give it full, fair, and impartial consideration. Part of your responsibility is to determine what the facts are based on what you heard from the witnesses. If there are conflicts in the testimony of different witnesses, it is your duty to reconcile them if you can, for the law presumes that every witness has told the truth. But when you cannot reconcile the statements of different witnesses, then you must decide which witness or witnesses you believe and how important his or her testimony was. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In forming your opinion as to which witness you believe, you may consider the following factors: how the witness looked, acted, and whether the witness appeared to you to be telling the truth when he or she testified. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Whether the witness was in a position to know about the matter to which he or she testified? In other words, how well could the witness see or hear what he or she testified he or she saw or heard? Whether the witness's statements were consistent and how believable the statements were. whether the witness had a motive to testify truthfully or to testify untruthfully, and any proof presented of the witness's reputation for telling the truth. All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? Another factor for you to consider in evaluating a witness's testimony is whether the witness has made material statements at some point before he or she testified, which are different from his or her testimony at trial. However, unless entered as a numbered exhibit by the court and allowed to be taken by you back to the jury room when you deliberate, proof of any prior different statement may be considered by you only for the purpose of determining if the witness is telling the truth at trial. The contents of the prior inconsistent statement are not to be considered as proof in the trial. Another factor for you to consider in evaluating a witness's testimony is whether the witness's testimony during cross-examination appeared to be contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable. However, immaterial or minor discrepancies or differences should not affect the believability of a witness unless it should plainly appear that the witness has willfully testified falsely. Criminal responsibility for conduct of another. The defendant is criminally responsible as a party to the offense of first-degree murder if the offense was committed by the defendant's own conduct, by the conduct of another for which the defendant is criminally responsible, or by both. Each party to the offense may be charged with the commission of the offense. The defendant is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense, the defendant solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. Intent means that the person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to the results of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. To find a defendant criminally responsible for the acts of another, it is not necessary that you find the defendant was present or that the defendant took a physical part in the crime. Encouragement of the principal offender is sufficient. However, mere presence during the commission of the offense is not sufficient to support a conviction. Absent material witness. When it is within the power of the state or the defendant to produce a witness who possesses peculiar knowledge concerning facts essential to that party's contention and who is available to one side at the exclusion of the other, and the party to whom the witness is available fails to call such witness, an inference arises that the testimony of such witness would have been unfavorable to the side that should have called or produced such witness. Whether there was such a witness and whether such an inference has arisen is for you to decide, and if so, you are to determine what weight it shall be given. This inference does not apply to the defendant because he has a lawful right not to testify, and his failure to testify cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Defendant not testifying. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness, but you shall place no significance on this fact. The defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden is on the state to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. He is not required to take the stand in his own behalf, and his election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Stipulation. A stipulation is an agreement between the parties. The parties have stipulated that certain matters of fact are true. They are bound by this agreement, and in your consideration of the evidence, you are to treat these facts as proved. The parties have entered into two stipulations. The parties have stipulated that Adolph Thornton Jr. was a living person who is now deceased, and an autopsy was performed to substantiate these facts. The parties have also stipulated to the fact that the defendant, Justin Johnson, is a convicted felon, previously convicted on May 2nd of 2017 in Division 8 of the Criminal Court of Shelby County. Flight. The flight of a person accused of a crime is a circumstance which, when considered with all the facts of the case, may justify an inference of guilt. Flight is the voluntary withdrawal of oneself for the purpose of evading arrest or prosecution for the crime charged. Whether the evidence presented proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant fled is a question for your determination. The law makes no precise distinction as to the manner or method of flight. It may be open, or it may be hurried or concealed departure, or it may be a concealment within the jurisdiction. However, it takes both a leaving the scene of the difficulty and a subsequent hiding out, evasion, or concealment in the community or leaving of the community for parts unknown to constitute flight. If flight is proved, the fact of flight alone does not allow you to find that the defendant is guilty of the crime alleged. However, since flight by a defendant may be caused by a consciousness of guilt, you may consider the facts of flight. If flight is so proven, together with all the other evidence when you decide the guilt or innocence of the defendant. On the other hand, an entirely innocent person may take flight, and such flight may be explained by proof offered or by facts and circumstances of the case. Whether there was flight by the defendant, the reasons for it, and the weight to be given to it are questions for you to determine. Multiple counts, finding of each required. The crime charged in each count of the indictment is a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each charge separately on the evidence and the law applicable to it. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any or all of the offenses charged. Your finding as to each crime charge must be stated in your verdict. Jury deliberation and unanimous verdict. The verdicts must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdicts must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Notes. If you have been taking notes in this case, these notes are for your individual use only, and you should not use your notes directly or indirectly, explicitly or implicitly, to persuade other jurors as to the accuracy of your notes. They should not be shown to others, nor compared, nor referred to in any way as authority, but should be used privately only by you as an aid to your individual memory. Deliberation, order of consideration. In reaching your verdict, you should first consider the offense charged in the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty for that offense. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of that offense, or have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense, you shall then proceed to consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order from greatest to least within that count. You shall not proceed to consider any lesser included offense until you have first made an unanimous determination that the defendant is not guilty of the immediately preceding greater offense, or you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense. If you have a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant as to all offenses charged and included in that count, you shall return a verdict of not guilty and proceed to the next count. That is the law, ladies and gentlemen. We will now proceed with closing arguments.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So it's almost over, and I'm sure you all are happy. My name is Iris Williams. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case. And earlier this week, you heard opening statements. You heard opening statements from prosecution and from the defense attorney. And you were told all the things that you could expect this week. And one of those important things that you could expect was that it is not 1981 and that things have changed. But what does that mean? It means that it's hard to keep a secret. It's hard to hide who you're talking to. It's harder to hide your actions. And it's even harder to hide who you know. But ladies and gentlemen, despite all of those things that have changed, one thing has not changed, and that is the state's burden. The state's burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. So what does that mean? Where are we? So the defendant, Justin Johnson, is charged with 3 counts. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and convicted felon in possession of a firearm. So I know that you've already gone through a little bit of this law during voir dire, and especially through the jury instructions. But a brief overview of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder is that 1, this defendant entered into an agreement with 1 or more people to commit first-degree murder. 2, each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the first-degree murder. 3, each party acted for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the first-degree murder. And 4, 1 or more of the parties committed an overt act to help the crime happen.
Queen, thank you for the cash app, Queen.
So what did we hear this week? This week we heard testimony from co-defendant Cornelius Smith. He testified for us and he told us that he met Justin Johnson through Hernandez Golan, and that he knew Justin was a rapper, and he was also known by the name of Straight Drop. So Smith had known the defendant for a couple of months, and they hung out a couple of times before the murder. He was able to identify defendant in open court, and during his testimony, Smith told us that on November 17th, 2021, he and the defendant knew that Big Jook had a $100,000 hit on Dog's head.
Thank you, Felix, for the cash app.
Cornelius said that he and Justin agreed to kill Dog together, and both of them receiving $40,000 apiece. Not only did he tell us that, he told us that this plan had been in process for weeks, and that Justin knew about it. And there were conversations previously or prior to this murder, and Justin Johnson was an active participant in those agreements. So there we have it, a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. An agreement was made. Each of the parties had the intent to commit the first-degree murder. Each person acted for the purposes of promoting, facilitating, and, ladies and gentlemen, the overt act is the killing. Next, first-degree murder. In essence, a first-degree murder is a premeditated killing of another. What's required for first-degree murder is 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the victim. The only way to lawfully kill someone is if you are in protection of yourself or others. Second, you have to prove that this defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that there was no mistake, there was no accident. Third, you have to prove that the killing was premeditated. And as we saw, or as we learned in voir dire last week, premeditation does not mean that you had to have this plan for months, weeks, or days in advance. It could just mean that you simply stepped out of your car. You held up your hand, you pointed a gun, and you shot and killed somebody. As long as you had a moment to think about what you were doing, that's premeditation. Next, so we heard from a couple of people this week. First, we heard from the victim's sister, Erica Thornton. She testified that the victim was a living person. He had a family, he had children. She's known him her entire life. She attended and planned his funeral service. And coupled with that, defense counsel and the prosecution agreed to a stipulation, which just means that they agreed to establish that this victim was a living person who was not
Rico!
Later on, we heard from Dr. Scantleberry.
Polo,
She was
thank you for the
medical
cash app.
examiner and performed the autopsy. She found that there was a total of 22 gunshot entry wounds, including gunshots to the back torso, front torso,
She said 20.
head, neck, upper extremities, and vital organs. She also testified that on the property that was collected from the victim, there was no weapon. And we also heard from Raul Hawkins. He testified that he was head of Dolph Security for years. He was able to identify Dolph's car in the beginning of the Makitas video, and he was also able to explain the difference between CMG and PRE, their history of conflict, rivalry, diss tracks, and even prior acts of violence that were towards Dolph. So with all of this testimony, we've established that there was a killing and that the victim was Adolph Thornton Jr. But was that killing unlawful? Was that killing premeditated? And was that killing intentional?
Jamie Anderson, thank you for the cash app.
Back to Cornelius Smith. In addition to testifying about the agreement that he and the defendant entered into, he also testified about the killing. He said that on the day of the murder, the defendant picked him up from his father's house. They both knew that the victim was doing a turkey drive with several of his PRE artists. They also knew that Big Jook had a hit out of all of the PRE artists. So it was their job that week to find them. And on November 17th, 2021, Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson were on their way to a turkey drive in Westwood. As they were about to turn the corner, they saw a familiar car cross the intersection, which happened to be Dolph's car. Cornelius tells us that they followed the car, made a loop onto a back street, and then entered the Makitas parking lot. And this happened, I want to say, about 30 seconds after Dolph and his brother arrived at Makitas. Cornelius Smith was able to point out himself in that video and the defendant in that video. And he said that both of them were the shooting suspects in that video. The second suspect that got in the car was wearing a black hoodie, gray pants, black shoes with white soles, and a Bass Pro hat. The same clothing that defendant Justin Johnson was seen in as he was exiting his apartments at the Crosstown Concourse. After the shooting, Cornelius Smith testified that they got into the white Mercedes that they committed the act in. They went to Bradley Street. The defendant parked the white Mercedes on the yard, and they both got into a white Ford Expedition. They both got into that Expedition, and on the way, a couple of calls were made, right? Cornelius tells us that a FaceTime call was made to Big Jook. In that FaceTime call between Big Jook and our defendant spelled out the word Dolph. And as they were on their way to the Gospel Gardens apartment, the defendant also contacted a few other people who we'll find out later on. So once the defendant and Cornelius Johnson arrived at Gospel Gardens, they received wound care. They changed their clothes, and then they go their separate ways. After they go their separate ways, Cornelius Smith tells us that he went to retrieve his phone, and he went to go wipe down the car, the white Mercedes that was parked in Bradley. So with Cornelius Smith's testimony, we have established that the killing was unlawful. There was no evidence to show that this defendant was in fear, was protecting himself, or was protecting someone else. We also established that it was intentional. It's not an accident. You didn't mistakenly follow someone's car into Makitas parking lot and then shoot them. We also established that it was premeditated. They knew about this hit beforehand, and they committed this hit. So if that wasn't enough for you, we heard from some other people. We heard from Kirsten Gardner. He testified that he was present during the time that the defendant was able to get possession of the white Mercedes that the act was committed in. Kirsten Gardner was at the Valero gas station in the early hours of November 17th, 2021. Next, let me go back to Kirsten Gardner. After he testified that, he told us that he didn't know anything about what was happening the next day, or a few hours after the cars were switched. Similarly, Jamarcus Johnson didn't know anything either. He just knew that he needed a ride. And his brother, Justin Johnson, could provide that for him. So he got his car, the rental car.
Santee, thank you for the cash out.
And he took his cell phone,
Cynthia.
fielded his calls,
Cynthia
posted on
Tucker.
his social media, and checked his emails. After Jamarcus Johnson, we heard from Sergeant Dabney. He was able to tell us about the 4 different bullet casings that were present at the murder scene. .40 caliber, attributable to a handgun. .7.62, attributable to an assault rifle that Cornelius Smith had. .223, attributable to a semi-automatic that Marcus Thornton probably would have had. And a 9mm casings found inside the store, which could be attributable to the handgun that Marcus Thornton had inside the store. That first one, though, the .40 caliber attributable to a handgun, was in the hand of the suspect with the Bass Pro hat. So, Sergeant Dabney also recovered the surveillance footage from Nikita's and Gospel Gardens, showing this suspect in the same clothing that the defendant was in as he was leaving his apartment at 10:49 a.m. that morning. The timestamps on Gospel Garden and Nikita's coincide with the times defendant's phone accessed those towers.
Fuck them
We heard
timestamps.
from Special Agent Garner, who summarized that the defendant's phone accessed a tower that provided coverage to the Valero gas station at 3:17 a.m. Around the same time that Kirsten Gardner said that he saw the defendant take possession of that white Mercedes at the Valero gas station. The defense phone also accessed towers that provided coverage for the area of 2370 Airways Boulevard, which is our murder scene. And it accessed those towers during the times of the murder, 12:22 p.m. to 12:23 p.m. on November 17th. Officer Garner also explained that the defendant's phone accessed a tower in the area of the 2-lane road and Shelby Drive from 1 p.m. to 1:59 p.m., which is the direct correlation to the surveillance footage of Gospel Gardens and the footage that Officer Sergeant Dabney identified the defendant being present for. So next, if all of that wasn't enough, we heard testimony from Sergeant Browning. Sergeant Browning said that this defendant's device placed an outgoing call to Anthony Mims at 12:25:40 p.m. on November 17, 2021. Not only did he place an outgoing call to Big Jook, he also received a text from Kiana Hooper, who is his cousin. She texted him an address of 4752 Haven Court. After he received that address, he then sent that address to an associate named Jermaine Sears. Jermaine Sears, or defendant's device, sends the outgoing text to Jermaine Sears that he needs him. And you'll see in the surveillance footage of Haven Court on that day, at that time, a car that is associated with Jermaine Sears arrived shortly after the defendant arrives in a white Ford Expedition.
Oh, wow.
So the next thing, convicted felon in possession of a firearm. The 3 things that we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that 1, this defendant was a convicted felon or convicted of a specified felony. And 2, after being convicted of a felony, this defendant possessed a firearm. And 3, this defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. So the facts that we have for this charge. Well, 1, There was a stipulation or an agreement. The parties have stipulated that defendant Justin Johnson was convicted of the felony on May 2nd, 2017 in Criminal Court 8 in Shelby County, Tennessee.
Guilty, guilty,
Next,
guilty.
we heard testimony from Cornelia Smith, who verified that the person in that Bass Pro hat was Justin Johnson, and that person held a gun. So based on all of that, we can see that we have met our burden of proof for convicted felon in possession of a firearm. Next, let's just talk about reasonable doubt for one last second. Reasonable doubt is not 100% certainty. It is not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It is not beyond all doubt. What's required is moral certainty. Certainty that allows you to sleep well at night. Will you be able to rest easy knowing the decision that you've made? My instinct says yes. And once you've had time to deliberate, I think yours will too.
Oh, they got
So that
it.
brings us to the end. The state has met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You have all the evidence, all of the testimony, all of the stipulations, all the videos, all the photographs, and now it's time for you to consider that evidence and apply your common sense. And after you do that, I think, well actually I expect that you will find this defendant guilty on all charges. Thank you.
Damn, she good.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Ooh, Lord, she good.
Thank you, Judge.
Go sit down. You already say Cornelius get money from CMG. Go sit down.
It's good to see y'all again. This is the last time you're going to have to hear from me.
Thank God.
As I see all of your faces, I know that's something you're looking forward to. And that's okay. I know that you all want to get back to your lives. And I can tell you on behalf of Mr. Johnson that your attention during this trial is greatly appreciated. What you've had to set aside in order to provide this service, I have no doubt that the court and Mr. Hagerman, Ms. Iris, all of us agree you're indebted to you for that. Because like I said in opening, this is important. And you're about to have to roll up your sleeves and go to work. And it's going to be a difficult job. This young man's fate is in your hands.
Who gives a fuck?
The concept of justice, right? We talked about that at Fort Dyer. We talked about that again.
Put it in my hand, goddammit.
And it's in your hands. Meting out justice. And it's difficult because what you've heard is the tragedy of someone losing their life, of their family members not having that person in their life.
They're about to lose too.
And that is terrible, and the court will tell you, as terrible as that is, you can't consider that when you're determining guilt or innocence.
Ah, I tell your son he right.
But it's heavy. And on the other hand, you have Mr. Johnson. This young man that you heard in the evidence is a young man, aspiring rapper. Wanted to make it as a rap artist. When you're going back through these exhibits, you're going to see a picture of him in front of the house on Bradley. You know, engaged in a music video, right, for his rap.
Sit your ass down, Luke.
Hat kicked to the side, kind of grin on his face. Because that's what he wanted to do. And his fate is directly in your hands. And like we talked about, it's never justice to wrongfully convict someone. And so that determination that you're going to make, beyond a reasonable doubt, is the heaviest one. Maybe one of the heaviest decisions you'll ever make. And you've had an opportunity to sit through the trial and hear the evidence, observe the witnesses, and you've been told, keep an open mind. And I hope you have. And I'm sure you have. And not to talk about the case. You know, the thing that you've been listening to for days, with people all around you that are going through the same thing, and then you have to be around them even when you're not here, and you can't talk about the elephant in the room. But today that changes. And not only are you allowed to talk about it, the judge has instructed you that you have to talk about it. And to engage in deliberations meaningfully. To listen to one another, to review the evidence that you've heard, to talk about it, and render a decision. But to the degree you're working together, what you never have to do is abandon your conscience. Now, I don't mean conscience like Cornelius Smith, that conscience, right? Because I don't think he really meant that when you heard from him. He said, oh, the reason I decided to tell the truth is I got a conscience.
Man, get your ass out of here, Luke.
And we all know that's not the type of thing you're dealing with. You take that more seriously. You mean it. He didn't. You've heard a lot of concepts, you know, the terms of art and the law, the burden of proof, presumption of innocence. And when we started this, I told you, Mr. Johnson sits before you innocent.
Yeah, right.
And I'm again telling you today, after this date is closed, it's proof. He remains that way. He didn't kill Adolph Ford Jr. He didn't conspire.
The cookie shop did it then. Tell us who did it.
And
Raven did it?
he wasn't
Raven Maurice did
the
it?
man holding the pistol in the Makita video.
Oh shit. Who did it then? Who did it?
And it's going to be up to you to decide that. To watch those videos. Watch them closely. They want to talk about those videos, and I'm encouraging you to study them. Give them a close look. The state doesn't want to acknowledge what I told you in opening, and that is similar. It doesn't mean the same. Plenty of people have gray sweatpants, black shoes with white soles.
That man had on blue drawers for
Black
3 days.
boots.
He ain't washed his ass for
And
3
as we
days.
learned through the proof, in Memphis especially, and elsewhere, Bass Pro hats. You can look at it, if we had it in the dome, you could look at it and you could see the Bass Pro, which is the pyramid here. You also heard testimony about it being a fad.
That nigga ain't washed his ass in 3 days. That nigga ain't washed for a week. That motherfucker had on them same blue drawers he killed Dolphin all the way till he get to goddamn Indiana.
One rapper has a signature Bass Pro hat. You heard from one of the detectives that they even interviewed someone who gave them a potential suspect that wasn't Mr. Johnson and said that person always wore a Bass Pro hat. You have to consider that. And then you have Sergeant Dabney, who, for the first time, I think he acknowledged this, sitting on the stand and says, I think those underwear are the same. They're both blue. You look at the underwear from Tulane Apartments, you look back at the Makita video, those are the same underwear. Look at it. Look at the still shots. And for yourself, determine, can you tell if those are the same?
Them the same funky ass
As
drawers.
jurors, you get to make that call. You get to look at it for yourself and compare those.
He said the timestamps don't match.
We've heard a lot about it's not 1981 anymore. And I agree. Right? You know, we've got cameras, but like I told you in opening,
Uh-oh.
what also has advanced tremendously since 1981 is
Uh-oh.
forensics.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Right? Fingerprints.
Timestamps.
DNA. And you have to ask yourself, why is Justin Johnson's DNA nowhere in that car? There's DNA in that car. You heard a lot about they wiped it. Cornelius Smith said he wiped it. And we'll get to whether you believe that or not in a minute. Okay? But he says he wiped it. But he didn't. There's fingerprints on it. Kristen Garner's, Trayon Ingram's, and Cornelius Smith. There was DNA found. One of it coming back to Trayon Ingram, right? Not Justin Johnson. Now, there's a lot of talk about gloves, right? They made a big point to say, you see gloves in the video. Now, they want you to believe that Mr. Johnson's running around in this Mercedes, and the reason that his prints aren't on it are because he's wearing gloves. And mind you, Cornelius Smith, when he said he wiped the car, never said he wiped the driver's side of the car. Okay? If you believe that. And they want you to believe Mr. Johnson's driving around this white Mercedes, including with his daughter. Look at those videos. You think, he's not wearing gloves. And he's got a little girl in tow that would presumably be in that car with him. No DNA recovered. None. Now, during proof, it was interesting because they would show the Mercedes go into crosstown and the Mercedes leave crosstown, and they would show a video of Mr. Johnson getting out and walking in the building, or walking out of the building. There is no video that shows Mr. Johnson in that Mercedes. And you heard they had a reel, right? The video was a reel when they're doing crosstown, and when I asked it, I think it was Detective or Sergeant Dabney, about there was surely other cars going in and out at this very time. And he said, yeah. But you have to ask yourself, was Justin Johnson ever in that Mercedes? So let's go to Kristen Garner. Kristen Garner gets up here and tries to tell you that. He tries to say he didn't know the car was stolen, that Trayon was driving around in the car. And at first, he acts like, even under questioning from Mr. Hagerman, that he wasn't even present when the car was exchanged, because he tries to say, well, Trayon told me. And if you recall, Mr. Hagerman had to kind of go back at him. I think he said something like, I can't tell you that. And then he eventually started answering some questions. You also remember that this is the same guy that went into law enforcement and said, I've never been in that car. I don't know a guy named Justin Johnson other than on Instagram. He's a rapper. And then suddenly, he starts evolving through the story. Still lying to law enforcement. He even looks at a video of himself, right, pumping gas, and goes, that's not me in the video. And he's like, okay.
Calvin, thank you for the cash app.
But they're trying to tell you, Justin.
Tawanda, thank you for the cash app.
Right, when he's pumping gas. Where is he? Now, they want you to believe that this shadowy figure up in the right, top corner was Justin Johnson. and that he was the other passenger in the Infiniti, but you can't really make out who he is. You have to rely on Kristen Gardner. That's what you have to rely on. And we talked a little bit about, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And I said one of the ways that you could use to kind of understand it is proof so convincing that you would not hesitate to rely upon it in making the most important decisions of your life. And it's really simple, right? You look there and you go, would I trust Kristen Gardner with anything? If he told me something, would I believe it? The answer is no. Because the more he talked, right, the more you realize he and Trayon are in the Mercedes. They're driving around with a Draco rifle, assault rifle.
Yep, it was TK.
The same one described as being held by Cornelius Smith in the shooting of Adolph Thornton Jr. Their prints are in the car. He says they have, he said a ton of guns in that car. And then he starts talking about how he's related to Dolph, and they were trying to dump the car before.
T Brown, thank you for the cash app.
And he's reaching out to Dolph's people to try to get rid of a car, which is the reason why after this happens, immediately, day after, he's calling Trayon going, my name's in this. My name's in this. Why would his name be? Indeed. Why couldn't he just say, I don't have anything to do with this?
Blessed, thank you for the cash app.
And at Valero, you do see Trayon and Kristen. They're there front and center. Now, there's been a lot of talk about the phone and location. And in the state's argument just now, you heard her saying what the expert said, a phone using, a tower that could be and he said could be, he said was in the service area of the Valero gas station, or then he said, I didn't do any drive tests, so I can't say what the coverage area would have been, right? And when you're looking at his slides, you get that really thick PowerPoint exhibit.
Squeak Flame, you need to change your goddamn.
And you notice, right, that you're gonna notice that the pictures are all really small, they're really zoomed in on the map. And he's talking about, like, this, do you think this is thorough? This is thorough. I mean, he's looking at all these calls. Look at what he's doing. I mean, but then you have to ask yourself, well, what happens if you expand the map? And then you realize, and this is the exhibit I entered, you realize he's not even counting all the data and calls, because when you show what he left out at 12:23, right, at the time, immediately after Adolph Thornton Jr. was shot, there are several towers that Mr. Johnson's phone gets off of that are, one's 3 miles away in one direction, the other one is 3.2 miles away down by the Memphis airport. And then he has to go, I left those out. Not a really good explanation for why, right? Important. When there are a group of fine people that are looking to find the truth and have to make this decision and need to evaluate the accuracy of what he's telling you. And then you realize that when you talk about coverage areas and where things are in relation to these phones, somebody could be anywhere in a 3-mile radius, any direction. And then you have to go, what is it? What does it show us? How did that help? How does that make you any more certain of someone's presumed location at a given point in time? Because he said it's not an exact science, and I'm not here to tell you that I can pinpoint where he is. And I didn't do drive testing, and I don't know. The next available tower is what a cell phone normally would look for, but also I can't even tell you if the towers were down at the time. That could make a difference.
Legene Weber, thank you for the cash
I
out.
couldn't tell you if they were down.
Rhonda Hubbard, thank you for the cash out.
Overburdened, and he said, look, if the tower's real busy, it'll direct you to the next tower. But what it doesn't establish is that Justin Johnson was involved in the conspiracy to kill Adolph Thornton. It doesn't establish that he killed Adolph Thornton or possessed a firearm. Now, a little bit about conspiracy and some more of the facts as you heard them from some of the other witnesses. Now, I have to take a little bit of an issue with the state on something that was said
Yep,
during their
Yep.
initial argument.
Leon, he made a good point.
There was no evidence at all that Justin Johnson was present for any meetings discussing this hit. What Cornelius Smith said was he met with Hernandez Govan and Jook, and Justin Johnson was not there. And then he said he met with Hernandez Govan and others on another occasion to discuss it, and Justin Johnson was not there. So to suggest that he was present and agreed, where's the agreement?
I said Legene Weber
He wasn't there.
and Rhonda Hubbard, thank you for the cash out.
Now, get to Mr. Smith. The court has already instructed you about accomplice testimony and is already warning you that when you're considering that, you have to use caution. Now, you also have to apply the credibility factors that are in the jury instructions, but they're not an exhaustive list, right? Like we talked about in voir dire. Some of you, most of you, probably all of you have had to determine, look, talk to somebody before and go, are they telling me the truth or not? And that's exactly what's here. But accomplice testimony is flagged because that person may have an interest in the outcome of this case. And you go, what is that interest? Well, Cornelius Smith, number one, told him. He had to admit, he didn't want to admit it, but he's meeting with the state. He's hoping to get a benefit on his own sentence. He's supposed to be telling the truth. But he's writing his sisters at the exact same time that he's meeting with the government, or the state rather.
The government.
And telling them, I didn't do this.
Why
I'm
they
just
keep saying
lying
government?
to get the deal. I'm just lying to get the deal.
Government and state.
Now, is that his conscience, like he wanted to say? No. That's him telling his family. Why would he lie to his sisters? If he had a conscience, right? If he had done this out of the sense of, I did this awful thing, I feel awful, I've got to accept responsibility and tell the truth. No. But you remember, And it was kind of an interesting moment when he was testifying because at one point he says, "Oh, that's not lying. I was gaming. Gaming's not lying." And the unfortunate part of all this is he's gaming everybody, including trying to game y'all. That's the problem.
Yes,
And he
Lord.
thinks he's going to walk. I mean, and the only person in this case who got paid for this. Remember, there is no proof whatsoever that Justin Johnson got a penny. Cornelius Smith got 50 grand for a lawyer for killing Adolph Thornton and didn't have to give it back. He didn't have to give it back. His lawyer was in the courtroom.
Damn.
And I asked him, I said, you remember, I said, how could you? You didn't give it back, you grew a conscience. What's going on with you? And he went, well, I did it. Services rendered, right? And the lawyer, he's talking about with his sisters, he's saying, oh, well, my lawyer's telling me to cooperate. I'm walking. I'm not doing it unless I can walk. Now, he was asked by Mr. Hagerman, have I ever told you you're not going to have to go to prison? And he said, no, you haven't. But you have to keep in mind two things, right?
Damn, Victoria.
At the time he was giving all
I don't
this
know if they got
information,
proof. That's a damn good
it made him
question.
valuable to come in here and talk. He thought he was getting out. That's when those letters are going out. Those letters are going out, and he thinks he's getting out because he's got the lawyer, they got the cooperator from Holly Bobo to walk.
Thank you, veteran, for the super sticker.
And that's the type of thing you have to remember when you're assessing whether you can rely upon Cornelius Smith and anything that he said.
You funny, girl.
The guy that sat in that chair,
I had to clean
and
that up.
he was asked by Mr. Hagerman, when you killed Adolph Thornton, what did you feel? And like it was nothing, said, I didn't feel anything. Let's try to get paid.
I said, damn, that's a good question.
And that's the guy that they want to put in front of you and say, believe it.
I don't know, Victoria, if you got any proof of that, girl.
You know, he went and talked about exchanging money. Right? Getting $800.
Well, we got some pretty ass women in this box.
Right.
Get your dumb ass up out of here.
At one point said,
We don't want to hear shit
these
about
black
you.
people that he got the Mr. Johnson.
We got some
somehow came
badass
into
women in
town
this box.
and
You
talked
get your
on the
ass
phone
on,
with him
Luke.
and brought $500. And then some other time, some other guy in a Chrysler 300 showed up.
But them girls changing their
And
profile
providing
picture
money
now.
to his girlfriend.
All them in the box changing their profile
Well, two
picture
things.
now.
One,
Thank you, Danny.
that's
Sandy
not what
said for the
Mr.
super
Smith
sticker, man.
originally
Thank you for
said
that.
to law enforcement. He said that Chrysler 300 came twice, and then Mr. Justin Johnson
Thank you,
had
Dan.
wasn't anywhere inside. Well, and what do
Yes,
you know
Lord,
about the
Dan.
Chrysler 300?
Man, a veteran.
Jamarcus Johnson, right?
Yeah.
Did Jamarcus Johnson say when he was here in front of you, did you ever hear the state ask him, did you deliver the money? As part
Yes,
of
Lord.
you being involved in helping Mr. Johnson? Did you deliver money for him? I mean, he asked about the email, or the text rather, about Cornelius emailing Justin's phone and saying, essentially, I need money for the birthday party. That's because Cornelius Smith is lying from start to finish. And then for the first time
Oh,
ever,
shit. Lord Jesus.
Here in court,
What's going
he
on
says
there?
He wiped the card.
We need some more closing argument. Y'all can stay all motherfucking week if you want to. Hey, come on,
Who's
Luke.
in
Keep
contact?
talking.
Who's in contact with Govan? According to Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith. Who's not?
Oh,
in contact
damn. Lord
with
have
Govan?
mercy. Talisa, you changed your picture too. Go ahead, girl.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Lord.
Did you hear anything about that?
Take your time, Luke. Take your time.
Now, when you go back in the jury room, you're going to be reviewing, obviously, these videos.
Take your time, Luke.
And one of the things that you have to kind of ask yourself is timing.
Yeah, right
You see
again. They got
Johnson
some
in the elevator with his little girl leaving across.
Look at TW.
And of course, you know there's going to be one exhibit that's the reel where the state had on it 11:51 in the morning.
I
And then,
hear,
of course, Mr. Hagerman
I ain't hear
came
nothing
in,
this nigga saying.
acknowledged the mistake to say that wasn't the right time.
I ain't hear nothing this nigga saying. Not a goddamn
And put an
word.
officer on the stand, the lieutenant, to talk about getting access to the time, how he got the timestamp.
I ain't hearing shit he got to say right now.
But what that shows you is this. They don't know what time it was that day on that video. They don't know.
Well, we got a
I mean,
motherfucking,
mistakes get made.
we got the baddest woman in this box on YouTube.
But you have to ask yourself, okay, the mistake.
Where the hell
I
y'all
made,
come from?
And then there's a timestamp. Okay, we want to put the timestamp one in. That seems like the logical choice. But then you have to listen to the lieutenant, right? And go, Lieutenant, what did you do to check and confirm that these were accurate times?
Yes,
I
Lord.
looked at the live feed when I was in there. Had to have a technician, it's a computer. I don't understand it. But when I was there, I looked up at the screen and it appeared to be the right date and time. But not one person, you didn't hear from anybody that could say, that was confirmed, that's accurate, nothing happened with the system beforehand. And you even heard him say, it is not uncommon at all to pull surveillance cameras that have inaccurate date and times. Because you have to ask yourself about timing. You have to ask yourself about timing of leaving Crosstown, Mr. Johnson presumably going all the way to Whitehaven, if he's in that Mercedes and dropping his daughter off, right? And he said 20 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, box off the chain and then
Then he's supposedly driving all the way back to Wild Rose, 20 minutes, thereabouts.
Oh
Pick up,
shit, we all shopaholic trying to catch her a
Smith.
fish.
They got to leave, then turn around and go to
Lord,
Bradley.
look at that.
And go
There's some
back
pretty
to the
black
white
woman in
truck.
there. Lord Jesus Christ.
Right? And then get out and be in front of the Nikita Cookie at 12:21.
Yeah, when they brought the ladies
Now,
out.
that part of common sense and your everyday experiences, what does that tell you about going one place to the other? Right? Takes longer, right? If you're stopping places, if you got to park. If you're presumably dropping a child off, there's going to be some kind of an exchange of a child, maybe a discussion with a person, and you build all that in. That's a lot of time.
They live and jive, put the motherfucking pitch out. Go ahead, live and jive.
I expect to be one of the reasons that became an issue is about correcting that time.
Look at all these pretty black women in this block.
Is when the state realized
Luke, get
that
your
I was
dumb
asking
ass out.
questions of that witness and asking him how long it would take to get from point A to point B to here to here to here. Because when you do the math and it's 11:51, it doesn't work.
Look at all these beautiful black women in the box today. Man, Y'all ought to come back more often. All y'all hit the subscribe button. All you pretty women hit the subscribe
You
button.
know, and all this about Bradley, even the exchange of the Mercedes for the Infiniti.
All y'all pretty women hit the
The
subscribe button.
dropping of the Mercedes at Bradley and picking up the SUV. Whether somebody cleaned the
thank you, Miss
Mercedes
G.
or
Thank
didn't,
you.
who moved their Mercedes to the backyard, all of that, according to Cornelia Smith, should have been captured on Hernandez Govan's home security system.
You got me smiling over
Right?
here, girl.
He said Govan had a security system directly facing Bradley because that's why when he
Yes, it does.
decided that he was going to go wipe the car down, either the day it happened or the day after, he couldn't quite remember,
That's right.
he texted Govan
Pretty black girl.
and said he was coming through there because
That's
he
right.
didn't want Govan to mistake him for somebody trying to come up on him. I asked Detective or Sergeant Dabney, did y'all canvass? Yes, we canvassed the neighborhood. You know, he didn't do it personally, but he would have presumed they would have talked to everybody, including Hernandez Govan. Right?
Look at these pretty women, man. Look at these pretty women,
We
man.
don't necessarily know if they did or didn't, because we didn't get to hear from Mr. Govan.
Jimmy said she the teacher. Lord have mercy. Oh, Jesus.
You know, I asked Detective
That's
Brown
right.
if he was aware of any video from there. No. But if Cornelia Smith, right, is this person that's telling you the truth, because the truth doesn't change, then the fact that there were videos would have been known as early as March of 22, when he was meeting with law enforcement. And you know, I'm not saying law enforcement doesn't want to find out. who
Shit, I
did
thought
this.
you been a teacher for a
They
minute.
would have absolutely went and looked. But we don't know. We don't know.
That's right, OG. Y'all come a member. You got all these beautiful women over here. Y'all need to become a member.
And there's a lot that you should know that you don't.
That's right.
Because there's a material
We love them all shape, color, size, and fashion.
that should have been called.
As long as you don't look like Raven, you okay.
Hernandez Govan.
Uh-oh.
And maybe some of you sat through this and thought, I want to hear what he has to say.
Uh-oh.
And when I told you in the opening statement, I said, it's important, right, for you to weigh out and be able, as part of your duty as jurors, to be able to compare those two testimonies together. I'm sure some of you were thinking, yeah, that would make sense. I know we talked about that in Board Ire, about getting two people to talk to kind of differentiate, some of you that may have been a teacher, talking about that is one of the ways that you try to figure out who's telling the truth, who isn't. But you weren't able to do that. You weren't able to do that. You were deprived of that. And to be clear, as you heard about Hernandez Govan, he was cooperating in this investigation. He met with law enforcement on at least 2 occasions pursuant to a proffer agreement, which meant he was allowed to go in and give information and not have his words used against him later. I don't have the ability to make good on a proffer letter. Only the state does. I don't have the ability to wave a magic wand and give him a reduced sentence if he comes in and testifies for me. So he's to my exclusion. He's to Mr. Johnson's exclusion, and ultimately to your exclusion. And if this is a truth-seeking function, why didn't the state call him?
Oh, shit.
And it is. Your job is to find the truth of the matter.
Oh,
And
Lord.
ultimately to go, did they prove their case or not?
Feds, come get this motherfucker right now. Bust the door open right now.
But you were deprived of that.
Oh, shit.
And the judge instructed you about a jury instruction.
Oh, Lord.
And that's the law. That's part of all the different things she told you. This is as important as any of them.
We done.
And
He about to
the
walk.
law states that it creates an inference that the testimony of that witness, Govan, would have been unfavorable to the state. Now, it's up to you to decide whether or not he was unavailable, a material witness, and whether or not there should be the inference. But you're allowed to make that inference in here. And unfavorable, I would tell you, unfavorable to the state means favorable to Mr. Johnson. And knowing that, can you really render a verdict of guilty and have your mind rest easy? And not walk away and go, I just don't know if I did the right thing.
I hope you're right, B-Modu.
Knowing that there was information out there that could have been presented to you.
Baltimore, I hope you're right.
It wasn't. That would have been favorable to Mr. Johnson. That I couldn't give you. Can you be morally certain in that instance? In order to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Johnson is the one in that Nikita video, you have to consider everything. You have to consider.
Shut your ass up. He called you 2 minutes after the murder. Set the
You
fuck
have to
down.
go, what I heard from Kristen Garner and Cornelius Smith, was that so convincing that I wouldn't hesitate to rely upon it in making those most important decisions in your own life? Will my mind rest easy if I convict this young man based on their word in conjunction with that video and the other videos and what you didn't hear? The answer is no. When you examine your conscience back there, after you've taken the time to deliberate, I think you'll find the answer is no. Two things I want you to remember, and I'm wrapping up. The way the burden of proof works. You've heard this statement, right? They ain't got nothing to prove. You may say that to somebody. I ain't got nothing to prove here. Justin Johnson, he doesn't have anything to prove here. They do. And we've all heard the term benefit of the doubt, right? Everybody likes to give somebody the benefit of the doubt. You are legally prohibited from giving the state the benefit of the doubt. You can't carry their water for them. Again, I appreciate this is, as I said, the last time I get to speak to you. The state's going to get one more opportunity to talk to you this morning. They get the last word.
Yep.
That's how the system's set up.
Get your ass out of here.
It's been my honor to represent Mr. Johnson in this case, and it's been my honor to present this case before you all. And thank you so much.
Set your punk ass down.
We started this
Uh-oh.
with a little Memphis talk. Those cookies are fire. I think that's how we started.
Cookies full of shit.
A little more Memphis talk. What y'all even talking about? What y'all even talking about?
Onion rings, please.
A missing witness? Fernandez Gomez? A missing witness? Fernandez Gomez? Absent material witness. And the defense wants to say that is.
You got a first timer. Caller. Ooh, Lord. What's up,
What
caller?
do we know about Hernandez?
Newberry.
He's a defendant in the case. He is charged
Y'all tell
with
caller
murder
Newberry
and
what's up.
conspiracy to murder. Whether it's from television or whether it's in black and white at the bottom of that same instruction, a defendant has the right not to testify and incriminate himself. He is a defendant. He is not a missing witness. That would be insane. I could willy-nilly just start calling everything.
You look like you been smoking some weed cookies with that damn thumbnail, right? With that damn profile pic.
That's crazy. It doesn't even
That's an
work
ugly
like that on
motherfucker there, boy.
television. It doesn't even work like that in black and white in front of you. That would be insanity, and that wouldn't be a legal system where you had a Fifth Amendment right. That would be an inquisition, is actually what they used to call it, where you didn't have that right not to come in court. So the idea that the defense would call a defendant who's charged with this crime an absent witness shows you how desperate it is.
Oh, Lord, Tanisha. God damn it. I'm done.
And then
Keep
we'll
on
talk
talking,
about
Hagerman.
faith
Keep on.
and isolation. Look at Kirsten Gardner. I'm sure he knew that car was stolen.
They,
I'm sure he did.
they need to put that fucking landlord on that stand. Y'all are killing people. You are killing people.
It's not his conscience that they can talk. I'm sure it's not either.
I would have put that fucking
He
old
talked
lady
to
on the
his
stand.
call. So don't believe him.
All they had to do was show that jury that video with Tamika curse out that old lady.
So I made a mistake on one slide about the time, so it was corrected. So we can't believe video. You know, there's a word that actually exists because it's a thing. It's corroboration. It's corroboration is what they call it. Like, can you look at something somebody's saying and compare it to something else and then determine whether or not that person's telling the truth about it? Because that's how we should judge stuff. Did Kirsten Gardner know the car was stolen? I bet he did.
We
She
need the
paid $300
landlord.
actually paid for it because of something. No, we didn't pay for the car. They're running around with guns in a stolen car and they're trading it with their buddy, Mr. Johnson. But how do we know that? Corroboration.
You're hungry
Is there
money.
evidence that shows us that?
Yeah.
Well,
You're
there's
cool.
no Valero video. It shows something strange. It shows something strange. Shows Kirsten come up in the car and somebody else.
Isn't that right, Dee Dee?
Strange. Another little piece of corroboration. Where's Justin Johnson's phone at the time? Well, in the area of the Valero station. Can you say it's in the parking lot? No, you can't. But it's in the Valero, in the vicinity of the Valero station. But my God, is there something else? Yeah. And this is what is ignored throughout the entire talk we just heard. We don't just have towers. We just don't have cell phone towers.
Yeah.
We don't just have a Valero video. We just don't have a Haven Court video. We don't just have a crosstown video. We don't just have a defendant who's like, Cornelius Smith, I'm guilty and so is he. That's us two in the parking lot shooting him. We got Justin Johnson's actual phone. We got his actual phone.
We got his phone.
In this case, it's been over so many times. Things that happen that are actually really dramatic just sort of happen. Because as soon as we saw the video of the Makeda shooting, as soon as you see the video of Crosstown of him leaving in the exact same outfit, in the white Mercedes, case is over. But we keep going.
No, I don't think so.
As soon as you hear from a codependent who's like, that's me in the parking lot shooting Dolph, I'm going to prison, and Justin Johnson's the guy next to me doing it, case is over. As soon as you see the Haven Court video, 40 minutes after the shooting of the two shooters and his cousin, case is over. But then things kept on happening. That if you didn't have all that proof, it would have even been more dramatic, or would have been dramatic. When they happened, I would see in your eyes a little thing, a little twinkle. We have his phone. And the night before, we have a text. The night before the homicide, we had a text. From who? Treon Ingram. To who? Justin Johnson. Sending him what? A picture of a white Mercedes. What do we have next? Another text. Justin Johnson. Treon Ingram. Dropping his location. Bradley. Kissed and said. They met on Bradley. Then they drove to Valero. And they switched cars. That's corroboration. So do you have to be willing to trust Kissing Gardner with the keys to your car? Of course not. You think I trust Kissing Gardner with the keys to my car? But do I know he's telling the truth about this? Well, yeah, I do. Because on video of Valero, it's documented in his phone with literal pictures and locations. This is plain and simple. Do I have to believe that Cornelius Smith is talking because of pangs of conscience? No. No. He's talking because he got caught. Is he hoping that the truth will help him? Absolutely. He's hoping that the truth will help him. Is he going to prison after this? Absolutely. He's going to prison after this. Is there anything about his testimony, like Kissing Gardner's, that we can...
I'm not sure, Mario. I'm not sure.
Oh my goodness. What's the first thing he tells us about that day? Justin Johnson calls me. I think I missed a call, and then I get a second one.
Yeah,
What do we
yeah,
got?
Queen Anna. I got you.
Justin Johnson's phone. You
Yeah, they
can
thought it was
delete your
007, but it
calls,
wasn't her.
which he did from that day, but they're still in the phone. And what do you know? 2 calls to Cornelius Smith from him right before he comes and picks him up at Lamar and Sons. That's corroboration. What does Smith tell us? We go to Bradley directly after the shooting, but dump the cars. Dump the cars is important. Because here's another little, like, real tricky truth test. Justin's driving the white Mercedes. You see in the video, of course, when he testifies to it. He says, we drive to Bradley. He hands me the keys to the Expedition. I jump out of the car. I get in the Expedition. driving while Justin parks the car in the driveway there on the front. Well, we know the white Expedition is also Justin's car. They've seen it across town for testimony. What do we see at Haven Court? Cornelia says, from there we end up going to Justin's cousin's apartment. It used to be called Two Lanes, Gospel Gardens, the address on Haven Court. We see the white Expedition arrive. And who's driving? The white Expedition. Justin's car. Who's driving? The dude with the messed up shoulder and the messed up shirt. Cornelia Smith. I mean, how do you make that up? How do you make that up? They pull up at Haven Court with Cornelia Smith driving and Justin in the passenger seat. Just like it had to happen. Just like Cornelia Smith told you when he testified. We do the shooting. Justin's driving a white Mercedes. He hands me the keys to the Expedition. I get to Bradley. I jump out. I get in the driver's seat of the Expedition. Justin parks the Mercedes, jumps in, Haven Court. And what do you know? That's what we see. And what do you know? If you're lying, that detail is almost impossible to account for. Corroboration. We plainly see in the video Haven Court. We plainly see them go inside. We plainly see Justin Johnson come out, meet this character in the Dodge Challenger, get some other clothes, get some bags, go in. We plainly see the Chevy Trax car, Angela Arnold, pick up Cornelius. We plainly see Justin get in his car, the Expedition, and the two pull out. His testimony is corroborated over and over and over. And that's so incredibly important as we do trials. That's how we make decisions. Corroboration. That's why we have evidence. That's why we don't just call one witness and say it's over with. We put evidence in front of you. And one of those moments when this trial was just over again for the 5th time was when we were showing the slide from his phone, from Justin's phone. Cornelia says right after the shooting, Justin calls and FaceTimes with somebody. He says it's Big Joke. The guy that put the money down for this, number 2 at CMG. The guy that put hits on the other artists too. Cornelia says it's FaceTime. Spelling out law with your hands. And what do we find in Justin's phone? I mean, delete the stuff all day long. He did. Whole day. November 17th. Deleted all day long, but it's still in there. A call and FaceTime interaction with him. Justin Johnson with Big Joke. Who Big Joke? Cornelia tells you. And there you see it in black and white. It's not 1981, that's true. Caught on camera and everything else, but you're also walking around your pocket with a phone that you can delete a call on, but it's still there. The times you called Cornelia Smith that morning, still there. The time when you called and then FaceTime with Big Joke right after the murder of Dolph, still there. The videos from Haven Court that show you arriving, still there. The videos of Haven Court that see you changing clothes. Did he have enough time to do it? He didn't have enough time to do it. He left crossing at 10:51. He had over an hour and a half to go drop off his kid 20 minutes away and drive 10 minutes. Total trip would probably take you 30 or 40 minutes. Yeah, you have enough time to do it. We saw him do it. Memphis Talk. All the times. all the times. Before the murder, we see him at Crosstown. In the murder outfit.
Tia Floyd, thank you for the
Similar
super stick.
clothing? No. Identical clothing.
That's all right, baby.
Patch on the
Big
legs.
and beautiful
That's
too.
pro hat.
Big girls, beautiful too.
Before the murder. The Mercedes. Similar Mercedes? No. Back end damage, just like we saw in the video. During the murder, again, caught on video, white Mercedes, back end damage, the exact same clothing across town. Looks like him. Right-handed like him. Gloved up, like Cornelius said. Driving away from the murder. Who you calling, who you texting, who you joke. Caught before, caught during, and then caught after. Not even court. Video of them arriving and leaving.
That's right. Big girls.
Caught
Yeah.
before,
I like big
during,
girls too.
and after. That's called being caught all the times. All the times. He's literally caught before, during, and after. Caught all the times. And then what does he do? Then what do we have? Another Memphis phrase. Get on down. Get on down. Cross town the last video. Packing my suitcases to head out of town. Packing my suitcases to head out of town and get on down. Like the
That's
police
right, girl.
office
See,
on
love that
Main
right.
Street. Not just in Memphis, well beyond Memphis. As Jamarcus tells us, he's going in and out of town. As Jamarcus tells us, he sees pictures of social media, Rolls Royce, stacks of money. Get out of town, get on down. The crime has been committed, Dolph has been killed, and we literally see him at the elevator with his suitcases getting on down.
I don't want nickname Raven Tractor Trailer.
Flight can create an inference of guilt. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. This case was over when you saw the videos. This case was over when you heard from the co-defendant. This case was over when you saw him at Crosstown with the suitcases leaving, knowing that the manhunt was coming, and he was out of town and leaving. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Ooh, Lord, y'all better stop it in this box.
Now it's time for us to get on down, but we don't get on down by fleeing. We don't get on down by hiding. We don't get on down with pictures of Rolls Royces and stacks of money. We get on down by doing what's right and doing our jobs and looking at the evidence, the witnesses,
That's right,
the
Tanisha.
corroboration, and applying the law to those things. We get on down by doing justice.
I love country
We
girls. I
get
like them
on
all.
down
I
by
like
saying
country
you are
girls.
called
I
all
love country
times.
girls. I love them all.
You were called all the times and you're guilty.
All women are
of all
beautiful
offenses.
except Raven and her mama
Conspiracy to commit murder.
and
Not
Maurice
just her. Okay.
and their sister.
Let's at least cut him a break on the conspiracy to commit murder, because man, he wasn't there for at least like one of these meetings with Big Joke or something. That's what I just heard. Let's cut him a little break on the conspiracy to murder, because he's not at this meeting with, Big Joke and Govan, Cornelius. So let's come a little break on that. That's fine. Let's come a little break on that. There's no requirement in the law that every conspirator have to be at every single meeting with each other. There has to be an agreement, an understanding. And there was clearly an understanding. Big Jook is going to pay money to take out PRE artists, and at the top of that chain is Dolphin. Now, does he demonstrate any understanding of that? Is there anything he does that shows he's part of this, like, understanding?
We got another pretty
that
one.
this is
Coco
happening?
TV. Lord.
Yeah. He
Check.
literally shows up with gloves and guns, has a white Mercedes he gets from Treon, has Cornelius driving next to him, and they drive and go do it. So the idea that, okay, he committed the murder, but give him a break on it, no. He's guilty of the conspiracy, just like they're all guilty of the conspiracy. And of course he's guilty of the murder because we watched it.
Because that Squid Drop cousin, y'all ain't know that. That's Gotti family in that burgundy shirt on that on that bench.
Last short thing. Just one lyric. Just one lyric. You too real. Dolph, you too real. He rapped about what he calls comfort. What he saw in the neighborhoods, what he saw in his family, growing up. Too real. He rapped
Way prettier than
about
them.
people that he had
They know that.
rivalry with. Too real. Dolph, too real. Included disses of dangerous people like Big Joe. Too real. Too real. Too real. Last moments of his life, last seconds of his life. How long was the video? 30 seconds. Too real. Dies on the floor. The neighborhood cookie store in Orange Mountain. Too real. Your family misses you. Erica and Nina, the kids. You too real. This is real.
We're even somewhere eating a pizza without breathing.
This is too real. And when the killer, 1 for 2, is caught on video, all the times, we even watch him get on down. It's time for us to be real. And we don't need Memphis off of that. It's called Just Do What's Right. It's as simple as that. Just do what's right. Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson killed Adolf Hitler Jr. November 17th. We watched it happen. Cornelius Smith, Justin Johnson, Hernandez Govan, Big Judd. They all conspired to have it done. And then it was done. November 17th, 2021. And as he did, he was already convicted felon. He should be found guilty of all counts. We do what's right. That's how we do conspiracy to commit murder, murder in the first degree, and convicted felon in possession of a handgun.
All right, Lois.
You got a few more pages of the charge for me to do.
Oh yeah, man. Carlos, thank you for the cash app, man. Carlos Cotton, thank you for the cash app, homie.
Verdicts. Count 1. The charged offense in the first count of the indictment is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. When you return to consider your verdict in the first count of the indictment, you will first inquire whether the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. If
What's
you
up,
find
man?
beyond a reasonable doubt
Populous.
the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
B-Mo,
as
thank
charged
you
in
for the
count 1 of
cash app.
the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant not
Track the
guilty
trailer.
of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as charged and included in count 1. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty,
I nicknamed her
of this
Track the
offense,
Trailer.
your verdict will be:
I got the whole
we, the
YouTube
jury,
calling her
find
Track the
the defendant
Trailer.
guilty of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as charged and included in count 1 of the indictment. If upon all the proof you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and
Him
included
losing
in the
his
first
life
count of the
behind my
indictment
cupcake
under the
and
law
number.
provided and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him. The verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty as to count 1. You will write the verdict on the outside of the jacket and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. Count 2. The charged offense in the second count of the indictment is first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are second-degree murder, facilitation to wit, first-degree murder, facilitation to wit, second-degree murder,
Him losing his life
voluntary
behind my
manslaughter,
cupcake and number.
aggravated assault, facilitation to wit, voluntary manslaughter, facilitation to wit, aggravated assault, simple assault, facilitation to wit, simple assault. You will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 2 of the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense.
Double wide side by
second-degree
side.
murder, as charged in the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict
Two
will
different
be:
systems. Pop.
we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder as charged and included in count 2 of the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant
Him
not
losing
guilty of
his
this
life
offense,
behind
you
my
will next
cookies,
inquire
you
whether
know.
the defendant is guilty of
Her
the
old
next
being up
lesser
ass
included
foot.
offense, facilitation to wit, first-degree murder, as charged and included in
Sure,
count
yeah,
2 of
we
the
could have
indictment.
sure buy a lot of butter with
If you find
that.
beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant
Fuck
is
him
guilty
being up
of this
foot.
offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of facilitation to wit, first-degree murder, as charged in count 2 of the indictment. If you unanimously find
I got the
defendant
whole
not
world
guilty of
calling
this
her
offense,
Track the Trailer.
you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order of consideration from greatest to least, as set forth on the previous page. If you find the defendant guilty of a lesser included offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of,
Damn.
as included in count
September
2 of the
26th.
indictment. Insert a lesser offense in the blank. If upon all the proof you have a reasonable doubt, the
Cortland
defendant
Gardner,
of the
thank you
offense
for the
charged
cash app.
included in the second count of the indictment under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him and your verdicts will be. We, the jury, found the defendant not guilty as to count 2. You will write your verdict on the outside of the jacket and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. Count 3. The charge defense in the third count of the indictment is convicted felon in possession of a firearm. There are no lesser included offenses. You will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of convicted felon in possession of a firearm as charged in the third count of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt
Him
that the
losing
defendant
his
is guilty of
life
this
behind
offense,
my
your verdict
cookies,
will
you
be,
know.
we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of convicted felon in possession of a firearm as charged in
Fucking
count 3
being
of
up
the
there.
indictment.
Man, somebody get Marge Simpson some fucking water.
If upon all the proof, you have a reasonable doubt that the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in the third count of the indictment under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit you, and your verdicts will be, we, the jury, found the defendant not guilty as to count 3. You will write your verdict on the outside of the jacket and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. When you have reached a verdict on a particular count, the foreperson will write your verdict as to each count on the outside of the jacket and sign his or her name to the verdict as foreperson. Take the case, consider all the facts and circumstances fairly and impartially, and return to the court with verdicts that truth dictate and justice demand.
Well, there. Oh, I see some white people in that jury. The jury said we ain't gotta go nowhere. We got the verdict right here. The motherfucker ready to go back to Nashville. They ain't got time for this bullshit. The jury ain't got time for this bullshit. Marge Simpson. They guilty, okay? Therese Barino, thank you for the cash app. Therese, what is his name? Tavares or Tavares? Barino.
There's just been a couple of minor changes.
Look how she look.
Made, but nothing substantial. Nothing substantive. Let's put it that way. A few typos.
You know they got crackhead judges in Shelby County now.
Please use yours, make notes on yours, refer to yours. But this is the official copy. If there's
Come on back. Don't leave us needle shop. Bring your ass back.
the jacket, please.
Yeah, you need a straight
We'll
jacket.
have all of the exhibits. We'll go back with you. Please look them over. If at some point you want to watch videos, please let us know.
All right, hold on. Let me see how to do
You
this.
have a, did you make the list? Okay, is it, do we?
It's been numbered as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's with the exhibits, and you have a clean laptop, so they can you get us a clean laptop so they can watch videos as they want to watch
They'll get
videos?
it, Your Honor.
Thank you. So you will be provided a laptop that's clean, so you can watch videos how you want to watch videos, and there will be a list accompanying the video to show you, to tell you, describe to you which video is which. Does that make sense? Okay. So, is everybody in good shape to deliberate? Getting ready to choose alternates. Everybody good to deliberate? call three numbers. Once all three are called, the deputy will escort you back to the back to get your belongings. And the three of you could come back out here, because I have a few remarks for you. And then the rest of the jurors, the 12 of you that will be seated to deliberate, will go back and begin your deliberation. Okay? Juror number 18. Juror number 13. Juror number 12.
I gotta figure out a bit.
You guys can look at these if you like. You can repeat these.
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, no. Just always. Usually. Just make it let me show you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Lunch should be here in a little while. Let me admonish you now. All 12 of you will deliberate at the same time. There should never be an opportunity for 2 or 3 over here eating and the rest of you are deliberating. If you decide you're going to eat, everybody eat. If you decide you're going to take a break, everybody take a break. When it's time to deliberate, everybody deliberate. Just let the deputy know that you're doing something different besides deliberating. Okay?
I'm trying to figure out how to fucking put up a poll. Let me see something. Anybody know how to put up a poll on StreamYard? Let me figure out how to do this shit.
Jurors, you are excused.
Y'all give me 1 second.
Court stands in recess.
Court stands in recess.
Court stands in recess. Let me see something. Guess can be. Let me see how the fuck add a pool to this bitch. Dashboard. Oh, give me 1 second.
Something in the way you make me feel. Tell you, babe, something in the way you make me feel. Oh, feel. And it makes me feel real good. I've been up and I've been down until you help me put my feet on solid ground. I've been rich and I've been poor. Then you showed me that there's so much more than the rat race and the fast pace could ever offer me. When I look back, baby, you've always been there for me. Something in the way you make me feel. Ain't no doubt about it. I won't show about it. I tell you, babe, something in the way you make me feel. Oh, feel. And it makes me feel real good. Something in the way you make me feel. Oh, something in the way you make me feel. Oh, I've been talking about.
living in the street and I'm free.
Oh shit. Y'all got me started. All right, let's go, man. Let me turn this bitch in.
Yeah. Ooh, baby. I can't find the reasons that my love won't disappear. Can't find the reasons why I love you, baby, my dear. Can't find the reasons wanna love you all night. Can't find the reasons gotta squeeze you real tight. Can't find the reasons, baby. Yeah, oh my dear. Can't find the
Just like in the movies, two lovers in a scene. And she says, "Do you love me?" And he says, "Honestly, I love you, not really, girl." I love you, girl. No precious lady, girl. Your love's so complete, love you, girl. And tender was the kiss when you held me captive in your sweet embrace. My lips begin to burn and my heart beats faster than the normal pace. I try to resist that familiar smile that melts me just like wax. What's the use? I'm yours and that means forever. There's no turning back. Baby, 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 it's a mystery. Ooh, you've got me spinning around. What have you done to me? Suspended animation. I'm lost inside you. I feel so insecure and yet I've never been so sure.
And I'm actually going to get right into it. They really want to know how. You know, how can I blaze my own path? How can I be successful? How can I follow the path that someone else is laying for me to be successful and be successful?
sitting on deuces while the blunt burn. Still raving rap music cause I want more. All money, yeah, and it's just us four. It's just copy, it's just Harvey, it's just rip roll. It's just Adam, it's just Black Sam, both the facts. Where your 600 bands, where your rollers at? Where your Cuban legs, nigga, where your rollies at? Where your big booty bad bitches stay with posters at? Where you hustle, where you run from the police at? Where you ever represented hope, where the hopeless at? used to hoop off feeling permanent. Now I used to club hop on weekends. Family called the morning of a tragic end. Damn. My condolences. I wish that I could hold you now. I wish that I could touch you now. I wish that I could talk to you, be with you somehow. Oh, I know when you're in a bad place, I can't see your face. My windows black tinted like a hearse. We're saying, boy, I tell you, folks don't wanna hide. I would give it all up just to take one ride. I used to street perform on Friday. Now I go to church on Easter Sunday. Instead of now throwing them stones at me, somebody pray for me. Shit, I can hold you down. Oh, shit, I can touch you down. Oh, shit, I can talk to you, be with you somehow. Till I know you're in a better place. In a better place. Oh, I can't see your face. Oh.
Y'all give it up for Kelly, man. Kelly comes okay.
All around me. Said I can hold you now. Said I can touch you now. Said I can talk to you. Be with you. Somehow I know you're in a better place. Though I can't see your face. See your face. But it's smiling down on me. Saying everything's okay.
What's up, bro? I might do a little short, no live right now. Something tells me. This is my type of music right here, gang. Thank you, Danny, for that super sticker. Hold up. Uh-oh. Let's go, gang.
Cherish the day. Won't go astray. Won't be afraid. Won't catch me running. You're ruling the way that I move. You take my hand. Show me how deep love can be. Ruling the way that I move. And I breathe your air. You only can rescue me. This is my prayer.
613 on the board. 613 on the board.
Won't go astray. Won't be afraid. Won't catch me running. Oh, cherish the day. Won't go astray. Won't be afraid. Won't run. I had some problems, and no one could seem to solve them. But you found the answer. You told me to take this chance and learn the way of love, my baby, and all that it has to offer. In time you will see that love won't let you down. You said that you loved me. Said hurt only came to pass me. It sounds so convincing that I ain't had a chance and earned the way of love. My eyes look in your eyes and I see love's so dangerous. You're not trusting your heart to anyone. Gonna play it smart. Through the broken stars, I believe that we've only just begun.
Whoa!
And if it's good, there's no saying no.
When that shit good, ain't no saying no, nigga.
I want you so ready to go.
Tell him, Shaka. Tell him. Y'all know about that right there, man. I be riding, that's Cadillac music. I be riding to that shit.
I need you so I'm ready to go.
Boy, y'all can't hit on that shit right there. What's up, gang? Man, we gonna kick it off real quick. I'm gonna do a quick little rundown real quick of what's going on. What's up, gang? What's up? What's up? What's up, gang? What y'all got going on? Everybody in the gang, what y'all got going on right now? All right, y'all in the box jamming and shit. Y'all act like y'all got a motherfucking DJ around this bitch. What's up? Hey, look, check it out. I know y'all moving on the highway music and shit, but we talking about this Dolph case right now. We done came through Greek scribes and this shit right now, and I want to explain to y'all something. I want to explain to y'all something right now. Let me get this volume and shit straight. Look, check it out. This is what I got to explain to y'all. In order for the FBI to come in with a RICO on CMG, they got to get a conviction from Straight Drop. That's why Straight Drop the only one going. Because Cornelius them, if y'all keep listening, the lawyers keep saying, y'all had meetings with the government. Oh, excuse me, the state. They done, Hagerman done made the mistake. Cornelius lawyer done made the mistake. Straight Drop lawyer done made the mistake. But they had to put government on the record in the state court. That's why they keep saying, y'all had meetings with the government. I mean, excuse me, the state. That's why they keep saying meetings with law enforcement. They know what the fuck going on. They could have said y'all had a meeting with Detective Dabney, Detective Free-Ass, Detective... No! The motherfuckers say government. Government and state, two different entities. Y'all niggas ain't even paying attention. Y'all ain't even paying attention, man. Y'all know what's going on here. They got to get Straight Drop on a guilty verdict. Straight Drop is property of the FBI. He's on supervised release right now. He is property of the Fed sitting on a state trial. So what happened when he get found guilty on a state murder? The Feds come in, pick up the state murder, and hit their ass with the RICO. Tired of fucking explaining this shit. 3 years I haven't seen the same shit. Once they get this conviction from Straight Drop, that make everything federal. because he's been a federal inmate, pull that trigger. Do y'all understand that? This a federal inmate, pull that trigger. On supervised release and pull that trigger. Why you think he the only one going? Govan already a government informant. He don't got to go to court. Govan is a government informant. He don't got to go. He already been working for the feds since he tailed on terrorist Yarborough T-Rex. Govan is lock-in agent. Locked in. He ain't got to do shit. This bitch the police. On top of the police. So what the fuck he got to go to court for to get sentenced? You think they going to let their agent get on that stand and get 100 years? You're fucking crazy. That's their agent. That's who they let out there to kill Juk ass for Gotti them allegedly. Niggas out there going to tell me who... Man, look here. Gotti been the only thing in between Jay-Z and goddamn... Juk been the only thing in between Jay-Z and Gotti. Juk ass got to go. You can fuck who kill him. The police let him out to die. The police know they been trying to kill Juk. They not trying to kill Juk 3 times before they get him. Juk been in the car and his sister pop up shop, they shoot the fucking truck up. They shoot his truck up riding by, they been trying to kill Juk. Am I lying? The police knock on Juk door and say they trying to kill you. In 2000 goddamn 18, 11 or some shit like that when I put the paperwork up on the board. They agents can sell drugs. They agents can kill. They agents can do whatever the fuck they want to do. You got FBI agents out here murdering niggas. Informants, not agents, informants. They informants kick your door down and rob your ass. And then take all your dope back to the police. And say, I robbed that nigga and I get out of his house and your ass have indictment. Y'all acting like y'all fucking crazy. Y'all know what's going on right here. When the fuck you ever see a trial without Marcus, without Sean Dale, without nobody from the cookie shop, without Cornelius, without the girl, Kiana, the cousin, the nigga who bring him the clothes? I mean, goddamn, everybody guilty. What the fuck you mean, man? What do you mean? Y'all ever see it? This kangaroo court we watching right now. This is just to get one man so they can get the whole band. Brr. Y'all nigga act like y'all dumb. You nigga, you think cause Juk dead, that gonna stop a Rico? Bullshit. What up? They can use a dead man's statement. So if them police pick Juk up and he a done tell, they gonna use his shit in federal court on the stand. Dead man's statement can get used. You sit there with that bullshit if you want to. That shit don't matter. They know that hit ain't come from Juk. They say number 2. They say Cornelius on the stand said, the police say, who paid for your lawyer? The lawyer said CMG paid for the lawyer. He didn't say Juk. They say CMG record label paid for his attorney. Not no Juk. Them boys say CMG record label paid for Cornelius' lawyer. CMG record label. Not Juk. They say CMG record label. Not Juk. Let's clarify this now. So y'all can understand what's going on. They did not say Juk paid for Cornelius' lawyer. They said CMG, the record label, paid $50,000 to Cornelius' lawyer. So when they say CMG, that's the whole organization. Put their ass in the sleeper. It's just the little things you got to listen to. If you listen to them, they'll tell you what's going on. He done tell you the video incorrect. Both sides argue the timestamps ain't right. Both sides argue the timestamps on them videos ain't right. They already tell y'all the Makita's video been fucked with. They told y'all this. And y'all got this fat ass cookie girl running around talking about we innocent, we innocent, we innocent. And one her mom and they talk about him losing his life behind my cookies, you know. Bitch, shut up with your being up ass foot. Motherfucker, you said though fuck. Fuck out of here. All y'all niggas retarded. I ain't got shit else to see. Y'all just watch this. I done talking. I done did my work. Y'all sit back. Enjoy the motherfucking ride, homie. Sit your ass back. Enjoy the ride. I ain't talking no more. I don't gotta convince you niggas of shit. If you ain't been here for 3 years and you ain't listening to what I've been saying, that's your problem. Because I already laid this shit out 2 years ago. I got this shit on audio. 2.5 fucking years ago, I called Dabney and told him what they in court for right now. Put my Cash App on the board, gang. Not in all caps. You gonna fuck. Don't never put my Cash App in all caps. Them people say Cornelius. Let me show y'all something. Let's just go back right here.
Too real. True.
Mistake.
A missing witness? Right.
The government or the state of someone's proofs of conviction. We talked about that again in opening, right? And the pyramid here. You also heard testimony of trying to get rid of a car. That's right, that you're going to notice that the pictures are, and then you really, after Adolph Thornton Jr. And I didn't do drive testing, and I don't know the next available tower, he wasn't there. You didn't have to get it back.
Uh-oh.
You didn't give it back. He's gaming everybody, including trying to game y'all.
Thank you, Jessica, for the super sticker.
That's the problem. And he thinks he's going to walk. I mean, and the only person in this case who got paid.
Who got paid?
This. Remember, there is no proof whatsoever that Justin Johnson got a penny. Cornelius Smith got 50 grand for a lawyer for killing Adolph Thornton and didn't have to get it back.
Didn't have to give it back.
He didn't have to give it back. His lawyer was in the courtroom. And I asked him, I said, you remember, I said, how could you? You didn't give it back, you grew a conscience. What's going on with you? And he went, well, I did it. Services rendered, right? And the lawyer, he's talking about with his sister, she's saying, oh, well, my lawyer's telling me to cooperate. I'm walking. I'm not doing it unless I can walk. Now, he was asked by Mr. Hagerman, have I ever told you you're not going to have to go to prison? And he said, no, you have. But for
those reasons.
Watch this.
For those reasons, now that we understand those.
Yes, sir.
Justin, and
He asked me for a number on each, so talk to him.
So what I'm asking you, life, really the day you got picked up, the day after you got picked up in South Haven, right, or the same day?
Nah, I ain't meet, like.
Thank you for the super stick.
I mean, they sat down and interviewed you in a room,
Yeah, I talked to them,
and did you tell them the truth,
Nah.
right? Because specifically, they asked you whether or not you'd ever seen that Mercedes,
Right.
and whether you'd been in it, right?
Right.
And you said, never been in it, never seen it, never been in it with Justin Johnson,
Correct.
right? Okay, just to be clear.
Correct.
How about how many times would you say you've met with the state law enforcement included?
Look how he said state, law enforcement included. Y'all see why he telling you? Look, how many times you went with the state, law enforcement included? Watch this.
Right, and preparing to testify to that.
Couple times, three, 4 times.
Okay. Does that include are you including that time back in December, right, when you were picked up?
Nah.
Okay. So 3 or 4 times.
Thank y'all for y'all donations, man.
And one of the times you met with them
I got some people probably
was in
calling out
March
Cash App.
of
Yep.
22. You remember meeting with them then? Sometime around then?
I don't know the exact months and stuff
T.O.
like that.
Armstrong, thank you for the Cash App. Roger Johnson, thank you for the Cash App. Tavares Barino, and Cortland Garner, Michael
Well,
Carlos.
I'll say it like
Carlos.
this. You started out with a different lawyer and you ended up with the lawyer you have now, right?
Look,
No, sir. He was never hired.
Okay, well you got paid.
No, he did not get paid.
Did you get paid?
No,
Did you get $50,000?
he did not. He ain't signed my jacket saying he represented.
No, I'm asking
I
you.
just talked to him.
That's not what I'm asking you.
Right. You asked
He
me.
got $50,000.
Lawyer, so.
Hold on just a second. Ask your question, wait for the response.
The original lawyer in your case got $50,000 to represent you. Did he not?
I don't know exactly how much you get. I don't know. I
Okay.
can't say.
All right. And you knew that, just we're all clear here, that money came from CMG.
and look how the lawyer look. Hey, look here, hold up. Hey, listen, let me tell y'all something going on right here. That lawyer said, and let's be clear, motherfucker. And you know that law, and you know that money come from CMG, right? Hey, you see how that lawyer? CMG. Not joke. Not joke. Cornelius' money was paid by CMG. In open court, we got a shooter say he get paid by CMG. Them niggas been that dumb to pay his lawyer. You don't need Juck. What you need Juck for? What the fuck you need Juck for when they say Cornelius' lawyer paid by CMG? We don't need no goddamn Juck. Fuck, we need Juck. That shit ain't gonna work. Them people ain't falling for that. No. No. You kill people. You mama owe me money. You no good. Get your ass out of here. Him losing his life behind my cookies, you know. Get your ass out of here. Everybody going to jail. And I tell y'all this. Everybody going to jail. Nobody say CMG paid for this man lawyer. And these niggas ain't even caught this. These niggas like Juck paid him. Man, Juck broke ass. Juck broke us a joke. Juck been crying for a CMG chain. God, he buy everybody them big chain and get him a low chain. He mad as a motherfucker. Yeah, Juck, Dolph had to get that nigga a pack. He was so broke, Dolph had to give him a pack. Dolph said, I look out for your big sister, nigga, when you wouldn't even look out for. Juck ain't had no money. Y'all know that shit. Juck been a broke ass trick. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, man. Them people say CMG. Boy, Govan is a Superman agent. Boy, Govan, I put them nigga in the trick bag. Instead of Orange Man quit, that nigga need to be Mickey Mouse quit. Motherfucking Master Splinter quit. Goddamn Stuart Little quit. Get the fuck out of here. That nigga done set the whole CMG up. Hey, Skull homeboy set up the whole CMG. Hey, Skull. Hey, boy, your homeboy the police, or what I make you? Look at the lawyer. Lawyer say, look, let me stand up for this shit, y'all. Hold up. Let me come in front of this motherfucker. Straighten up my goddamn pants. Hey, look here. The lawyer say, you got that money from motherfucking CMG, right? Nigga, you got. And you got that money from CMG. Goddamn it. The fuck wrong with y'all? Y'all know what's going on. Fuck wrong with y'all? That nigga named Velveeta Cheese Monk. Velveeta Cheese Monk quit. Orange Mound Velveeta Cheese quit. The fuck? Y'all niggas crazy. This nigga, yeah. Ooh, Lord. Look at the lawyer. The lawyer standing up like Batman on that nigga ass.
Right?
Hey, he doing that nigga interrogating Cornelius, right? Yeah. Who you get the money from, Cornelius? Who the fuck you get that money? Who paid the lawyer, Cornelius? Look. Lawyer put his hand on him and said, you little lying Negro. Tell us where you get that money from.
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Look at him. Okay. All right. Luke Evans, that's a good old KKK motherfucker right here. Look.
And you knew that just we're all clear here. That money.
That money. What's it?
Came from CMG.
Boy, that nigga got that KKK stand on that nigga ass. Now look at the lawyer. Look at the judge. Now, let's be clear here, nigga. That money ain't come from CMG, right? Or not Juck. This is how they getting the RICO with CMG. He could have said that money come from Juck, right? Says Juck the one pay him, right? Why the fuck he didn't say Juck? That nigga said CMG.
When you were picked up?
No.
Okay. So 3 or 4 times since, right? And one of the times you met with him was in March of 22. You remember meeting with him then? So your conscience wasn't bothered, right? Right.
I didn't get it in my hand.
That nigga said I ain't get the money, man.
When you were picked up?
No.
Okay. So 3 or 4 times since.
No, sir. He was never hired.
Okay, well you got paid.
No, he did not get paid.
Didn't you get paid?
No.
Didn't you get $50,000?
He did not. He ain't signed my jacket saying he represented.
No, I'm asking you.
I just talked to him.
That's not what I'm asking you.
Right. You asked
He
me.
got $50,000.
Lawyer. So.
Hold on just a second. Ask your question, wait for a response.
The original lawyer in your case got $50,000 to represent you. Did he not?
I don't know exactly how much you get. I don't know.
Okay.
Say
All right. And All right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly who, but yeah.
All right. So you talked today.
Everybody on Rock Nation. And let me tell y'all something. Can you imagine when they put this RICO on them folks? Do you know how much money me and Jay about to get for her kids? She about to take Gotti label, all his money. They got to pay Dolph for what he would have made for the next 50, 60 years of his life. She about to sue Rock Nation, Jay-Z, because you signed them murdering motherfuckers. And everybody got something to do with them. Interscope. Boy, Dolph Turn about to be so rich when this RICO hit. Them people can sue for wrongful death. Wrongful death in civil court. Them people can take CMG label, all of the assets, and Rock Nation, and Interscope, and whoever else got something to do with them motherfuckers. That's all I'm gonna say.
You got paid for what you just testified to, didn't you?
Out there locked up.
You got paid,
My
right?
lawyer was paid.
You got $50,000 to pay a lawyer.
I ain't get it in my hand.
I didn't get it in my hand. 3. I don't know how much it was, but 3. My lawyer paid.
Okay. And there's no question that that money was for services rendered. Killing Dolph. You took it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Did your conscience bother you? Your conscience.
After I came to my senses here.
Did you say, I can't have that money? I can't use that money, because you still got a lawyer here.
No, I ain't say that.
You took the money.
Yeah, I took the money. I got the money.
Your conscience wouldn't bother you that bad, right? You said your conscience started bothering you, but not bad enough not to take the money for the job you did.
Well, I had already did it, so might as well. You know, I got a conscience still. After I came to my senses.
Right, okay. So, you didn't think, man, I really shouldn't be able to keep money for killing somebody.
I didn't think what I did.
Now, at the end of this, you said, you're direct. You said something about, you saw a picture of the person, you said Mr. Johnson with a suitcase. And you said, he's there with his money getting out of town. To be clear, you don't have any direct knowledge of Justin Johnson getting a dime for this, right?
Nah, I ain't got nothing.
Okay. So you can't say he's leaving with his money, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, a couple of things specifically. When you, as you say it, let's kind of put a timing on this. So you said March, you got your current lawyer, and you went back and met with the government again, right?
The government.
The state.
Oh, hold up. Did y'all just catch that? He said, oh, I'm sorry, the state. Did y'all just hear that shit, what I just told you? Listen to this now.
Did you get it directly from Justin Johnson, this kite you're talking about?
Send me a letter saying.
Well, I'm not asking you what Justin sent you a letter saying.
But automatically made me come to my senses and like, you know, it was wrong. You know what I'm saying? When he said, cut him loose, take Juke, and quit down with me.
Cut him loose and take Juke and quit down with him.
Okay. So you're saying Mr. Johnson sent you something saying, he actually said he didn't do it, right?
Now, he didn't say he didn't do it. He said, cut him loose and take Juke and quit down with me because they ain't messing with us.
Oh, you mean tell the truth? Right? Because he didn't have anything to do with it. Tell the truth.
Nah, he's saying me take the downfall.
Oh, okay.
Cut him loose, let him go.
Okay.
He going in and say he ain't going for that shit.
Him change clothes and quit with me instead of him.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
Watch this.
Did you get it directly from Justin Johnson, this client you're talking about?
You know, we got rock me and still, but we were talking to.
You started telling the truth then, so, yeah. Right? For the state.
And then Justin had sent me a letter saying.
Well, I'm not asking you what Justin sent you a letter saying.
But automatically made me come to my senses and like, you know, it was wrong. You know what I'm saying? When he said, cut him loose, take Juke, and quit down with me.
Okay. So, you're saying Mr. Johnson sent you something saying, he actually said he didn't do it, right?
Now, he didn't say he didn't do it. He said, cut him loose, and take Juke, and quit down with me because they ain't messing with us.
Oh, you mean tell the truth? Because he didn't have anything to do with it. Tell the truth.
Nah, he's saying me take the downfall.
Oh, okay.
Cut him loose, let him go.
Okay.
And tell them to quit and him change clothes and quit with me instead of him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you get it directly from Justin Johnson, this client you're talking about?
You know, we got rock me and still, but we were talking through the vent. I was in E Park, he was in E Park. We were talking through the vent.
Did you get it directly from Justin Johnson?
Nah.
Did you see him write it?
Did I get it? He said, did you get that? Did you get that kite?
Did you see him write it?
Nah, I ain't see him write it. I'm in another part.
Right, you can't even see him.
He asked me, did I get that kite?
Okay.
He sent me more than one. He sent another one and said he got 7K. I could take that. I'll leave.
Where's that?
I don't know where it's at.
You lost it?
Nah. I sent it on out to my folks.
Okay.
Sent it on out to my folks. My sister.
Okay. So, you started telling the truth then. So, surely by August, you met with the state in August 10th, 22. Surely by then, you're telling the truth. And you would agree with me the truth doesn't change. It's the truth, right?
Yeah, it's true. You know, quit, brought me in and sent me up for the police to capture me, so.
He said, Quet brought me in and set me up for the police to catch me. God damn! Quet, you a dirty dog.
Might as well tell the truth.
I might as well snitch on the ass.
We gonna tell the truth.
Okay. So, today, for the first time ever, you testified that you wiped that Mercedes out.
Yeah.
You've never said that before.
No, I ain't know.
You've never told them. You never told them that you wiped that Mercedes out?
I never told detectives when I talked to them. Nah.
Why would you not tell them? They've asked you every question under the sun about this case, right?
I said detectives. I never admitted that I was involved to detectives when I first got locked up December 9th.
You know they take notes and they recorded your entire interview.
Right.
From August.
Right.
Why didn't you tell them in August you wiped the car down?
We were talking about some money, you know, shit my man from.
And they specifically asked you, and you said,
They ain't asked me that way you cut it. They ain't specifically asked me.
you don't recall them asking you and you saying, Justin said he had someone wipe the car down.
Yeah, he told me he had somebody wipe the car down too.
But you didn't think to ask him, right?
I told him that I wiped it down. He said he used the right stuff, but I got somebody else to wipe it down. You know what I'm saying?
So now you're saying you told Justin that you went and wiped it down.
Yeah, I told him too.
Why didn't you tell that to law enforcement who's seeking the truth from you, right?
You know, stuff slip a person's mind too. You know what I'm saying? Like,
kind of an important detail.
Like, they ain't asked me that I wipe the car down, so.
You don't think so?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, your fingerprints are on that car.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So, when did you go do that?
Like, a couple days after the shoot.
law enforcement specifically asked you, right? Here. And to confirm that Miss Fifi actually got the money. It's not what you told your sisters when you wrote them back in March of 22.
Probably not.
You lied to them?
I say anything. I don't know.
Now we're getting somewhere. You'd say anything.
I'm saying like in the letters because I know for sure they taking my letters and stuff, so I know folk teachers and stuff like that.
Last man came at a Chrysler. Go over there and wipe that car down.
I got it too.
But you didn't think to ask him,
I
right?
told him that I wiped it down. He said, lawyer would pay. Lawyer.
You got $50,000 to pay a lawyer, right?
I didn't get it in my hand. For real. I don't know how much it was, but for real, my lawyer.
Okay. And there's no question that that money was for services rendered. Killing dog. You took it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Did your conscience bother you? Your conscience.
After I came to my senses here.
Did you say, I can't have that money? I can't use that money, because you still got a lawyer here.
Nah, I ain't say that.
You took the money.
Yeah, I took the money. I got the money.
Your conscience wouldn't bother you that bad, right? You said your conscience started bothering you, but not bad enough not to take the money for the job you did.
Well, I had already did it, so might as well. You know, I got a conscience still. But they came to my senses.
Right, okay. So, you didn't think, man, I really shouldn't be able to keep money for killing somebody.
I didn't think like that.
Okay. Now, at the end of this, you said, you're direct. You said something about, you saw a picture of the person, you said Mr. Johnson with a suitcase. And you said, he's there with his money, getting out of town. To be clear, you don't have any direct knowledge of Justin Johnson getting a dime for this, right?
Nah, I ain't have none.
Okay. So you can't say he's leaving with his money, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, a couple of things specifically. When you as you say it, let's kind of put a timing on this. You said March, you got your current lawyer, and you went back and met with the government again.
Went back and met with the government again in March. Now remember, he met with the state in August. He met with the state in August. And the man just said, let's be clear. You went back and met with the government in March. Correct? Come on now, gang. Don't have me acting like the lawyer now. What the fuck I just say? Didn't I just fucking say you went and had a meeting with the government? Why I say that? Now I just want to be clear. But excuse me, I mean the state.
Right? Or the state.
Cornelius said government. He said, the state.
Wow.
I don't know what month, like I said.
Remember, Luke Evans is a federal lawyer. Luke Evans is a federal lawyer. He's not a state lawyer. So yeah, he may be rambling off of his tongue because he's so used to being in federal court. But guess what? Cornelius' lawyer did the same shit. And I got it. We're waiting on more information from the government. We're waiting on more. So that's done. 3 people did this shit. Hagerman, the lawyers keep saying government. Oh, excuse me, state, government. They're getting confused here. They throwing codes that the Fed's picking this shit up.
Yeah, I can't say like they can win.
But if I told you you met with law enforcement around March 13th of 22, does that sound about right?
I can't put the date on it.
Okay.
Counting now.
Well, let me ask you this. You said you had a change of heart and your conscience started getting to you. You wanted to tell the truth. When did that happen?
Like a couple months after I sobered all the way up, while I was in jail, I sobered all the way up. I ain't in my senses like it was wrong.
Okay. So you got December is when you go to jail. December 9th?
Yeah, December the 9th.
So a couple of months from then. You sober up, that's when you come to your senses.
Yeah, and then Justin had sent me a letter saying.
Well, I'm not asking you what Justin sent you a letter saying.
What automatically made me come to my senses and like, you know, it was wrong. You know what I'm saying? When he said, cut him loose, take Juke, and quit down with me.
Okay. So you're saying Mr. Johnson sent you something saying, he actually said he didn't do it, right?
Now, he didn't say he didn't do it. He said, cut him loose and take Juke and quit down with me because they ain't messing with us.
Oh, you mean tell the truth?
Nah,
because he didn't have anything to do with it. Tell the truth.
Nah, he saying me take the downfall. And cut him loose, let him go.
Okay.
And tell him that
Cornelius said, hell no.
And quit with me instead of him.
All right, let me tell y'all what's going on. Quet set up Cornelius. Cornelius said Quet bring him in on the lake and then set him up for the police. That sound about right? Everybody throw your thumbs up. That's what happened. Quet set his ass up. That's what happened. And ask Raven why she been looking for Street Drop phone number. We still want to know that. Raven been looking for Street Drop number. bullshit. They ain't back yet. The fuck? Boy, this might be all day. It might be on a deadlock jury right here. No, they in the verdict. They going in there. They doing the verdict right now. Like they going in to make the, you know. We might be in this motherfucker. Ain't no telling. All you gotta do is have one stubborn ass, dumb ass juror, and they'll be in there deadlocked to the fucking marshal. Oh, well, I know one thing. They can't leave that motherfucking courtroom. I know that. They should have had a verdict already. Somebody in there arguing. That shit shouldn't have took that long. Them boys should have been in there. Y'all, this shit shouldn't have been no hours, man. All the evidence them people had. Shouldn't have been no hours. That shit don't take but 5 minutes to fucking. I'd have gone right in the room and said guilty. I ain't need to think about that. That's that bastard. Still ain't come on yet. What the fuck? Huh? Man, who the fuck up? Oh, that shit in my pocket. I been there talking shit. Shit coming through my goddamn phone. Lord Jesus. This ain't good right here. This ain't good right here. 2 hours? Ain't nothing good about this. It won't take them that long to come out with no motherfucker. Yes, you man. Something ain't right here, folks. Definitely ain't right about that shit. That shit take too fucking long. Yeah. Yeah, I had a good power nap. I had to take a power nap this now. Man, my fucking ass tired. Yes, Top woman is definitely not the same page in there. Damn, boy, these folk need to bring their ass on, man. I would knock the fuck out. Y'all laughing at me. I have to take a nap. Y'all motherfucker be wanting all them damn, what you call them? Videos and shit. That take me an hour. I wake up. I just wake up, boy. I'm going to sleep on y'all ass. Yeah, I'm going to sleep on y'all ass. Yeah, you're goddamn right. What the fuck? This one right here. Can't keep going there. You talking about I need it. Damn right. Uh-oh, Marge back. Damn it. Yup. Mic check. All right. All right. It's all over now, man. A bunch of different bullets being done. Funny business going on, eh? Boy, some funny business going on.
It's a question that says, is there a legal definition to the term agreement relating to section 1, page 5? I don't think it's a legal definition. I think they're overthinking it.
Yeah, like it's the
It's a common term,
Yeah.
right?
Common term.
I don't know that I can even say all of that to them. I probably can just say no, or
I think you could say no. The only other thing I can think of is you could direct them back to the part of the jury instruction that says, based on your everyday experiences, you know, that one line, I can't remember where that's at, but I think you know what I'm referring to.
Is there a legal definition for term agreement?
Court's back in session.
so for the record, the jury had a question. Their question is there a legal definition to the term agreement relating to section 1, page 5? Agreement is in quotation marks. So I don't think there is a legal definition to the term agreement.
So, I sort of, I remember struck it as answering a question before with a jury saying that when a word doesn't have a legal definition, that's why here go with the common, usage. But beyond that, I don't think anybody can comment on that.
Right. Or I can say, no, there is no legal definition, which leaves them with their common knowledge about the word.
I would just suggest to say common, like you said, if there is a legal definition, and when there's not, common use the word.
No legal definition.
Mr. Evans?
I think based on kind of thinking about it for a minute, I think you could only, I would suggest just saying there's no legal definition. I don't have a problem with saying.
If that's what Mr. Evans is asking for, that's fine.
With saying something to the term of, everyday usage, or what I was referring to is consider all the evidence in light of your own observations and experiences in life, but that's not really specific to defining a term, so that may not be helpful to them, but I think either way it's phrased, it would be fine.
They deliberating.
Alright, and I'm just gonna respond to this in writing. We don't even have to bring them out. Okay?
Y'all got a call on that right here. Y'all can hear? Can y'all hear? Thumbs up. Ain't no legal definition to that. I'm sitting right here. They deliberating, so somebody back there ain't trying to agree with them. Yeah, Yeah, somebody ain't trying to agree with that shit.
There is not a legal definition for the term agreement. Okay? I think the less the better here.
I agree with you.
Okay? All right? Thank you. Turn for it.
They wanted to know if it was a legal term for that. So y'all, they debating, they deliberating now, like, so this ain't good because that means somebody back there bucking the system. The argument is, did he come into agreement to do the hit? That was going on. I thought Jeremy supposed to be governor. Fuck, 13, they full of shit. Long ass day to day.
I want to tell you about a software I've been using to manage.
Telling me get help, but if she's fussing something's telling me to kill myself. That's how I felt. Something was telling me I ain't gon' make it. He said he'll give me one more chance, so I had to take it. Got on my knees, hey Lord, I come as your child. Kill all the lies and the pains and make my mama proud. But as I said I quit, I'm still smoking on the split. Ain't that a trip? Ran out of time and I'm out of money. My high gone all alone, looking like a dummy. I can't go home, something's missing, so they said I did it. So let's go get it. Cause somebody said they see me with it. You best to quit it, saying that I ain't gonna learn my lesson. Put on my vest in case they hit me with a Smith and Wesson. Trying to come test me, God bless me, come show me the way. Turn my life around so I can see a better day.
He getting a haircut. Snoop Man's getting a haircut right now. He going to get chopped up. Them down behind my cookies, you know. Them losing his life behind my cookies, you know. Come on, gang, it's all over. I'm losing his life behind my cookies, you know. Man, please, man. Yeah. Let me play something for y'all, because this shit boring. We done been up here 3 hours waiting on this motherfucker. I could have been doing the live in between this.
Oh, boy. Thank you, famous. He say, she say shit. I'll make it famous. Street gossip. Boom, my yay. I'm nothing like Trill. I put my big heads first. Then thug in my car and bump Fox, wipe me down. They say somebody got a hit on me for about 10 G's. Pussy bitch, please. P-U-S-S-Y. And I ain't kill you, boy, but I did the other boy. I'm laughing at you bitches, smashing on you bitches, then dashing on you bitches. You can't ignore me. I make a lot of noise. I'm a grown man. I don't play with boys. Wanna do me something where you bet not miss? Cause I won't miss shit, you and your bitch. I call it fair game when I cock back and aim. Squeezing on my mic, smashing everything in sight. Put a hit on me, nigga, suck my dick. Use your head for a souvenir and make it kiss my ass. I gave you a pass, I could've been smashed your ass. I'm a real nigga, you can't change that. You can check my stats, I'm known for spitting fast. Now I might be wrong, it might be a rumor, but why take a chance? You know you understand. I run shit, y'all ain't shit. I ain't fresh out the hood, I'm still in the hood. I did a whole 380, now I'm back selling dope. You can see it in my eyes, I'm going for broke. Missy's back at it, toting automatic. Bad hood is on, known thug addict. See, I know Boogie Red, the real Boogie Red. You looked me in my eye and told me what you said. And they ain't even trip, cause I know you all lit up, but you will drop a bag and wave the white flag. Deep down inside, you know what it is. But it ain't that serious for me to get furious. Stop playing with me, oh shit get funky. I have your struck match looking ass running to the honky. Stop playing with me, oh shit get funky. I'll have your struck match looking ass running to them honky. They say somebody got a hit on me for about 10 G's. Pussy bitch.
That Nussy, man.
You hear that? You hear that, nigga? Now that's gangsta music. Fucking right, nigga. Right, fucking right, nigga. Trill entertainment. Now this ain't none of that smooth.
Now that been Nussy, y'all. Oh, Boom My Yay. Y'all ain't that but that. Nussy and Ivy. I think gangster.
Uh-oh, you know what time it is. Say that, nigga. Do your thing, nigga. You still with us. Believe that.
I'm low riding on a hunt with a rocket launcher. And on my lap is a Mac, a little pocket monster. Looking for some bitch niggas with some bitch ways. And I ain't shit shaved or bathed in about 6 days.
Y'all ain't know nothing that. Y'all ain't know nothing but that. I'm low riding on a hunt with a rocket launcher. And on my lap is a Mac, a little pocket monster. Y'all ain't know nothing but that shit right there.
the shit that you motherfuckers be shit-showing about. P, you already know how you now. Street gossip, that's what I talk about. And I can say what I want, but this my motherfucking life. First up.
You know what time it is. Say live, nigga. Do your thing, nigga. You still with us. Believe that. Uh-oh, you know what time it is. Say that. Uh-oh, you know what time it is.
That shit ain't back on yet, man.
I want to welcome y'all to one of the most traveled roads in the motherfucking heart of the street, boy.
Why the fuck you with me? What you think I need? You think I need this shit?
Welcome to Jewel.
I need a decent job. You won't fuck me. The only time
The most traveled road in the motherfucking city.
Verdict. Let's see if we got that verdict coming. No? Damn. I thought that nigga been in the court. They watching the wrong shit. Fuck.
Baby, I'm vicious. Latest edition. I'm killing. Poverty stricken. Goblins in the kitchen. All the white. Walking in the rain. Here's what I want to tell you. That I can feel your pain. I can feel your pain. I can feel your pain. Tiffany is a pretty name. I know you know I like it, so why you play?
The jury has reached a verdict.
Walking all alone in the rain with tears in your eyes. That shit ain't cool. Being better than Bruce. Who's the lucky fool that could be the thing like you? Drop a soul, won't you come and get with something that's new? Mama taught me how to love a woman, never hit back. Cause you don't want nobody hitting on your little sister like that. And I always see you, girl, when you pass my way. Saying when you're gonna be mine, you don't have nothing to say. Won't you come and be with me? Drop that nigga that's lame. Cause I see you ain't in love, cause I'm feeling your pain.
The jury has reached a verdict. It's on the screen. Walking in the rain, walking. I see Screen Drop walking in the rain right now, man. I can feel your pain. I can feel your pain. Let's go, gang.
Come with me when a nigga kick it to the curb. Wanna come, but she scared, telling me go ahead. Saying if he see you with me, he gon' beat you dead. But I ain't scared, I chill with it. Probably keep it real with it. Catch that nigga beating on my little sister.
Oh, I'ma deal with it.
Girl, keep your head up. You can't lie to me, cause I know the nigga beat you up. But anyway, here go my number, baby.
Call me.
Celebrate Hennessy and weed. When he set you free, I can feel your pain, baby.
Walking in the rain.
Walking in the rain, walking in the rain. This is what I wanted to tell you. And I can feel your pain. I can feel your pain. I can feel your pain. I saw you, girl. You was walking in the rain, walking in the rain. This is what I wanted to tell you. And I can feel your pain. I can feel your pain. I can feel your pain. Though while I'm in the rain, tears dropping out your eyes. I can feel your pain. Come with me, give me your hand, girl. I got a plan. Wanna come saying no, girl, I don't understand. It's cool, so I told her I was going home. Saying to myself, well, I'm gonna just leave you alone. I started walking, wishing you would come and call me. Wishing you would find a way to set yourself free. Spit the pen and the man that won't let it go. Got inside, heard a knock at the front door. Thought it was hell from the rain, didn't sound the same. Opened the door, she said, I want you, I can feel your pain. I can feel your pain. I saw you, girl. You was walking in the rain, walking in the rain. This is what I wanted to tell you. That I can feel your pain. I can feel your pain. I can feel your pain. I saw you, girl. Walking in the
Let's go. That's a good song for the jury. Let's go. I see Straight Drop walking in the ring, gang. I see him walking in the ring, man. Let's go, man.
With tears in your eyes, that shit ain't cool. Being battered and bruised. Who's the lucky fool that could be the thing like you? Drop a soul, won't you come and get with something that's new? Mama taught me how to love a woman, never hit back. Cause you don't want nobody hitting on your little sister like that. And I always see you, girl, when you pass my way.
Uh-oh. Is that your verdict? Yes, ma'am. Juror number 27, is that your verdict?
It is, Your Honor.
Juror number 33, is that your verdict? Yes. Juror number 25, is that your verdict? Yes. Juror number 44, is that your verdict? Yes. Juror number 23, is that your verdict? Yes, ma'am. Juror number 28, is that your verdict? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you again for your time and
It's over, Gotti.
our system of
Who got
justice could
it?
not work without your service and sacrifice that you made.
That ain't me. That ain't me.
You are excused.
Jurors excused.
All praise to the Lord. Let's go.
Tiffany is a pretty name. I know you know I like it, so why is you playing games? I can feel your pain walking on the loan.
As the 13th juror, I affirm this verdict. As to the first-degree murder, I sentence you to life in prison.
Life.
I will set punishment as to the conspiracy and the convicted felon in possession of a firearm after a sentencing hearing.
Life.
The date for that hearing.
They get this nigga life. Oh shit. Oh. Life in the state. Life in the fed. Life. Oh shit. Oh. Straight drop your ass out of here. Cookie Shop, come here. Don't cry now, bitch. You ain't cry when you pull that trigger, ho. Life.
November 1st.
That nigga got life.
We will prepare the judgment sheet and pass that forward, Judge.
How did I get life?
This on court stands adjourned to Monday morning at 9 a.m.
They got the motherfucking bass thumping. Y'all got the motherfucking trap jumping. Doors to the trap open. Now I say something. Hell no, don't ask. I ain't frontin' nothing. I fucked your bitch and told her I see you around. Dog just skipped town with 200,000. Dog just pulled an 8 in a 2-liter pop. They say dog addicted to the street just like it's pop. Addicted to hustling and I can't stop. Won't stop. Can't stop. Never hear me complaining about what I ain't got.
Oh Lord, I'm gonna get it. Hey.
Yeah. Free my nigga, yo, did.
OTG, we dead again. We dead again.
Same nigga you getting high with, he really your enemy. Every day niggas cross their partners out for Benjamin. With your dog no matter what. Preach. Same bitch decline, she love you, she'll set you up. Preach. Ain't no such thing as love. Preach. The only thing I trust is this pistol and these slugs. Preach. Real nigga shit, only when I do speak. If the nigga don't work, he'll fucking leak. Preach. I ain't got shit for a nigga, ain't nothing in this motherfucking world free. Preach.
Man, oh man, I am so happy, y'all.
It's dope!
It's dope! It's dope!
I bring some backwoods up out of home and a cup of ice. And some rubber bands up out there too, homie. Yeah. It's 3 p.m. 80 degrees outside. I'm in something to go real fast sitting outside the corner store. Six-figure client got no business in this area. If it ain't one thing, it's a motherfucking nutter. We trapped together, then that's my motherfucking brother. That's my dog. I pay her bills and buy designer, but I don't love her. What you need, little mama? She just play a part when it's time to smuggle. Hey, you ready? I pull up, pick up that bag and burn rubber. I got a sweet tooth, but I stay away from suckers. For real though. Nobu and Malibu was my last supper. We eat good. I fucked her in rush hour traffic, Chris Tucker. Yeah. Everybody screaming gang, gang, gang. When folks come and get you, you gon' tell on the whole gang. She said, can she fuck me with my diamond chain? If I ain't in the bank, then I'm on the plane. About to go get some money or go spend some money. They stopped me in the airport, had too many bitches on me. They don't want you to live. They don't want you to ball. Yeah. It's 3 p.m. 80 degrees outside. I'm in something to go real fast sitting outside the corner store. Six-figure client got no business in this area. If it ain't one thing, it's a motherfucking nutter. Damn. We trapped together, then it's my motherfucking brother. That's my dog. I pay her bills and buy designer, but I don't love her. What you need, little mama? She just play.
Y'all, let me see them fucking dolphins, man.
Hey, you ready? I pull up, pick up that bag and burn rust. I got a sweet tooth, but I stay away from suckers. For real though. Nobu and Malibu was my last supper. We eat good. I fucked her in rush hour traffic, Chris Tucker. Everybody screaming gang, gang, gang. When folks come and get you, you gon' tell on the whole gang. She said, can she fuck me with my diamond chain? If I ain't in the bank, then I'm on the plane. About to go get some money or go spend some money. They stopped me in the airport, had too many bitches on me. They don't want you to live. They don't want you to ball. Them put a smile in your face, yeah. Then they pray for you to fall. Hey, young nigga, stay focused. Yeah. But I really wanna crash. Think about where you at. Okay. Then think about your past. Right. Yeah, I really came from shit. Yeah. But I won't change for shit. My bitch stay stuck in my ways. Yeah. My wrist say I've been getting paid. Yeah. 100 shots. 100 shots. 100 shots. 100 shots. Me and my niggas pull up in 100 drops. My role model used to get 100 blocks. Hey. Street niggas in a tuxedo with a mom. She looked at my watch too long, now she see stars. I got so high last night, I did a show on Mars. Your bitch ate my dick, I caught her on them bars. My pinky ring, extra large. Phones all in the garage. Remember my first Menard? Yeah, Toy and Brittany. I'm shopping for diamonds at Tiffany's. Nah, I don't got no sympathy. Nah, she blew my whistle like a referee. Broke black nigga, remember me? Until I found out that recipe.
Put my cash out on that boy.
Put my cash out on that boy. Yeah, nigga, I'd rather you than me. Backseat smoking good weed.
Charlene, thank you for the cash out. Jordan, thank you for the cash out.
Fuck you, miss a whole 100 shots. You're not welcome in my trap if you don't shop. Get out, bro. Before you come through that back door, you better knock. Get the dough. They been waiting on this gangster shit to drop. Even them fuck niggas that wish I could be stopped. Hey, hey. How many dicks you suck to get that couple million? Self-made millionaire, oh what a feeling. Yeah. My niggas came from dealing. Fuck nigga, get out your feelings. Your bitch got me sexual healing. Guess who just walked in the building? Your bitch got me sexual healing. Outside the corner store. Six-figure client got no business in this area.
Not in this area.
If it ain't one thing, it's a motherfucking nutter.
Come on, Gary, try to
turn up. Together, then that's my motherfucking brother.
I'm so happy right now.
I pay her bills and buy designer, but I don't love her. What you need, little mama? She just play a part when it's time to smuggle. Hey, you ready? I pull up, pick up that bag and burn rust. I got a sweet tooth, but I stay away from suckers. For real though. Nobu and Malibu was my last supper. We eat good. I fucked her in rush hour traffic, Chris Tucker. Everybody screaming gang, gang, gang. When folks come and get you, you gon' tell on the whole gang. She said, can she fuck me with my diamond chain? If I ain't in the bank, then I'm on the plane. About to go.
Hey, who Gotti? I got a question, nigga. I got a question, Gotti. I got a motherfucking question right now. Where your ass going at, nigga?
They don't want you to ball. pussy smile in your face. Yeah, then they pray for you to fall. Hey, young nigga, stay focused. Yeah. But I really wanna crash. Damn. Think about where you at. Okay. Then think about your past. Right. Yeah, I really came from shit. Yeah. But I won't change for shit. Nah. My bitch say I'm stuck in my ways. Yeah. My wrist say I've been getting paid. Yeah. 100 shots, 100 shots, 100 shots, 100 shots. Me and my nigga pull up in 100 drops. My role model used to get 100 blocks. Street niggas in a tuxedo with a mom. She looked at my watch too long, now she see stars. I got so high last night, I did a show on Mars. Yo, bitch ate my dick, got caught up on them bars. My pinky ring, extra large. Phones all in the garage. Remember my first Menard? Yeah, Troy and Brittany. I'm shopping for diamonds at Tiffany's. Nah, I don't got no sympathy. Nah, she blew my whistle like a referee. Broke black nigga remember me until I found out that recipe. Started getting about 10 a week. Finger on the trigger when I sleep. Yeah, nigga, I'd rather you than me. Backseat smoking good weed. 100 shots, 100 shots, 100 shots, 100 shots. How the fuck you miss a whole 100 shots? Not welcome in my trap if you don't shop. Get out, bro. Before you come through that back door, you better knock. Get the dough. They been waiting on this gangsta shit to drop. Even them fuck niggas that wish I could be stopped. How many dicks you suck to get that couple million? Self-made millionaire, oh what a feeling. Yeah. My niggas came from dealing. Fuck nigga, get out your feelings. Your bitch got me sexual healing. Guess who just walked in the building? Came out with 6 bitches. My uncle said that's pimpin'. My diamonds always hitting. You looking for your bitch, she with me, nigga, she ain't missing. I told you fuck niggas stay out my way, but you didn't listen.
I told y'all, Rico, I told y'all, they gonna get straight drop ass. I told y'all.
Put extensions in all of the clock. 100 shots, 100 shots, 100 shots, 100 shots. How the fuck you miss a whole 100 shots? Stop.
All right, I'm here to say this right now, right? All right, I told y'all the plan. Get the conviction from Street Draw. Once they got the conviction from Street Draw, now it's the Fed time to come in now and sweep up the cookie shop. The cookie shop will be implicated in this murder because they jacked them timestamps up on them videos. They will be implicated in this murder. Straight Drop got life. He about to tell on everybody. They don't even need him to tell. They got Govan. They just give him a lifetime record deal. He can sit back there and beat on that goddamn bunk till his ass die. Bitch, beat on the bunk till you die, motherfucker. And they bet not put him in general population. Any yard he go on, straight to the hole. Check in, PC. Oh, he can't go nowhere in the federal system or the state system. That boy about to be on 23-1 for the rest of his life. For the rest of his natural life, he gonna be on 23-1. He gonna wish he been dead next to dope. Now, Ho Gotti, I got a question. One question. You thought your bitch ass was getting away with this, did you? When Ordnan come up here, I had one mission. This man on this screen. That was my mission right there. And I'm getting closer to my mission. Closer and closer. Closer and closer to my mission. Ain't over with yet. No, ain't over with yet. Ain't over with yet. We still got a long way to go. Next season is here. Next season is here. We got a long way to go, y'all. Mia J ain't make no post yet. All right, cool. The news stations. So, the jury reached a verdict. I guess they ain't come up with everything yet. But guilty. Guilty, guilty, guilty. They ain't finished writing their goddamn shit up yet. Screen draw body. Out of here. 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 Now, I got a blogger owe me 10 grand.
Be brought to justice for their actions. We realize this act of violence has impacted so many outside of our family and friends. Your outpouring of love and support throughout this process does not go unnoticed. We ask that instead of focusing on those who committed this crime, you focus on the man that Adolph Robert Thornton was. Regardless of the name that you may know him as, such as Adolph, Dolph, or Young Dolph, we ask you to remember the man who enjoyed being a father and spending time with his family. We ask that you remember the man who enjoyed giving opportunities to those who were often overlooked and counted out. We ask that you remember the man who enjoyed giving back to others and being an inspiration to those who come from less than ideal backgrounds, and knowing that they are seen and can change their outcomes and the lives of others by doing something positive. We will continue to heal and keep Adolph's legacy alive. We ask that the public and the media continue to keep our family in their prayers, as well as continue to respect our privacy during this time, and the next steps of the judicial process as justice is served for
the next step.
All those involved for our loved ones. Thank you.
That's right, yeah. The next step to this process, all those involved. Carlisha. Sister Young Dog. Carlisha coming to speak.
Just sister. Just sister. It's young girl. Just sister.
On that gang, we did it again. Somebody's had some better sound than this. Don't worry about what happened to Govan. You about to see what happened to that police. All right, let's go, gang. What? Carlisa?
I'm undecided because I just haven't
What's that?
I haven't seen enough of it yet. I need to pay closer attention and kind of do more independent research. before I make my judgment.
You think you're going to vote in November?
I'm undecided at this point.
And what happened? They cut the shit off.
Just to continue, we do know that those questions this week, and again, we expect this to continue. We do know that Johnson is due back in court November 1st, and we're going to be there as well. People are starting to come out downstairs now, so we're going to try to talk to more people just to get their thoughts on things. Again, this was an extremely high-profile case, a lot of security here, and so we're going to go ahead and toss it on back to you, Greg.
All right, that's our Quimitra Wilburn downtown at the criminal courthouse after Justin Johnson is found guilty on all 3 counts of murder in the case against him in the murder of Young Dolph. Young Dolph, of course, a Memphis rapper who will be remembered not only for his music, but for his generosity and his love of others. We know that on many occasions he would make donations to his local high school. He would pay rent for families. He would also pay for many funerals and, of course, his turkey giveaway. Adolph Thornton Jr., Young Dolph, only 36 years old. He leaves behind 2 young children and many more who loved him. We'll have much more coming up next on the news at 4:30.
From WREG in Memphis, this is News Channel 3 at 4:30.
The prosecution rests its case in the trial of 3 former police officers charged in the death of Tyree Nichols. Now it is up to the defense to present its case, but not before a surprise motion filed by one of the defendants. WRG's April Thompson is live at the federal courthouse downtown with new information. April, what do you know?
Greg, that motion was filed by Justin Smith's attorney, but all of the defendants called for the same. Now, this motion for acquittal is based on insufficient evidence to sustain a conviction, saying Smith did not hit Tyree Nichols in the face or with his baton, and all force was applied by someone else. It also says Smith was blinded and disoriented by pepper spray that got on him. It says no criminal intent by Justin Smith has ever been established by the prosecution. Defense attorney Kevin Whitmore, who represents Tadarius Bean, gave oral arguments on why the government's case is deficient, saying they didn't prove their case.
All day,
he said
every day,
MPD has
7
no
days a
written
week.
policy on active and passive resistance.
Hi, my name is Sean Fago with Noble Locksmith. We've been using Rookies for...
During the time of the murder?
Well, I can't speak to any other, facets of his defense that were raised in court.
Can you tell us what his emotional state is right now?
Well, obviously he's devastated by the verdict, but he's a strong young man, and I think he's determined to vindicate himself through this process.
Cornelius Smith testifying.
Listening to defense attorney for Justin Johnson, that's Luke Evans there, laying out the fact that he thought he had a strong case. One of the big pinpoints of this case was the fact that the supposed mastermind of this entire plot, Hernandez Govan, was not called to testify by the defense. The defense said that that was not part of their strategy, given the fact that he is a further defendant in this case. And quite frankly, most legal minds would agree that if the defense did call Hernandez Govan themselves, because he was on the witness list, he would have simply pled the Fifth Amendment and would not have wanted to incriminate himself.
Yeah, that was alluded to by Paul Hagerman, the ADA, when he came back for his his final closing statement. He said that he wasn't left off the list. He was, in fact, still a defendant, so obviously protecting himself in that process as well. Now, we have just heard from Young Dolph's partner, Mia J. She just released this statement, and it reads in part, "Today's verdict brings relief and restores my confidence in the justice system. On behalf of my children, family, and myself, I would like to thank law enforcement, the prosecution, and everyone involved for their diligent work in presenting the facts that led to this conviction. We are also grateful to the public for standing with us and advocating for accountability throughout this process." She goes on to say that this is just the beginning of our journey toward achieving full justice for Adolph, and will patiently support the unfolding of that process.
So again, as we wind down our coverage here at 4:30 this afternoon, Justin Johnson found guilty on all 3 counts that he faced in the death, the murder of Young Dolph. The most serious charge, of course, the capital murder offense, first-degree
Thank y'all
murder.
for the cash
Guilty.
apps. Thank
He has
y'all.
already been sentenced to life by Judge Jennifer Mitchell, just as she read that verdict. The other 2 counts, conspiracy to commit murder, along with the felony gun charges, guilty on those counts as well, but he will be sentenced at a later date. So Justin Johnson is now facing life in prison. Of course, we've got good reporters there, as you've seen. We've got Jeremy Pierre still working the hallways at 201 Poplar.
He getting
Jack
life too.
Bilyeu will continue talking to the defense attorney, Luke Evans. We've got complete team coverage coming your way in 25 minutes. Please join us on Fox 13 News at 5.
Firearms less than $2,500, carrying a weapon on school property.
According to this affidavit, she tried to put him out of a moving car. The father told his son to try and take the keys away from her. And that's when police say Castillo stabbed her son with a screwdriver. According to police, the boy got out of the car and ran for safety.
Well, the Memphis Bus Riders Union is calling for the resignation of MATA's CEO after bus route cuts. The union releasing a statement saying in part, quote, Bakara Malden, the interim CEO of MATA, is part of the old leadership, which has caused the problems for MATA at NATA for years. If it is true, as she claims, that she sat 2 doors down from her predecessor without knowledge of MATA's financial operations, it does not reflect well on her leadership. Therefore, she must not be trusted to lead MATA out of the wilderness.
I'm blocked.
Fox 13 told you this week these are the routes that are being eliminated. Route 16, the Southeast Circulator. Route 28 for the airport. Route 34, Central and Walnut Grove. Route 37, Perkins, and Route 69 for Winchester. Also, as part of these changes, MATA will reintroduce a pre-pandemic fee. This of $1.75 for regular bus routes, and they will introduce a $2 fare for ready-on-demand services, which were originally free.
Memphis Mayor Paul Young wants to spend $22 million of your tax dollars to buy a hotel, specifically the Sheraton downtown next to the Renaissance Convention Center. The 600-room hotel is the largest in Memphis, but it's outdated and has struggled with...
All right, so we got Mia J right here saying this on the post. You know, I just put something in the box just now. I want to share this, but I don't know how to share it. I don't think I can share the post. Share it to Facebook. My story, my post. And we sharing this. So the kids got the kids I need to go back and watch the beginning of that. ABC 24.
Kamala.
They ain't want to tell us this shit, but fuck it. Boy, my documentary gonna be fire, boy. I appreciate all the cash outs coming. I'm gonna give everybody a special shout out when they come up, man. It's at 20-something minutes, so we can wait on them. They ain't got shit up on them food right now. That whole press conference just disappeared.
Got safety protocols? Grainger has the Safety Pros to call.
That whole shit just disappeared. Well, you saw him rocking back and forth.
Thanks again for
one of the murder facilitation to wit, voluntary manslaughter.
You ain't got no motherfucking voluntary manslaughter. His ass up out of here. They about to rock that boy snot ball. He going to jail. This nigga ain't even talking about dope. Weak ass nigga.
Found on that car with Justin Johnson's wasn't.
Right.
So you got the facts you got the evidence you got.
Oh, look at Jeremy.
The car had been wiped down and clean, and we know it was moved
Look.
and everything else, and we were able to found on that car with Justin Johnson's wasn't. Yeah, so you got the facts.
Jeremy worried about Justin Johnson fingerprints on the car.
Her testimony that the car had been wiped down and clean, and we know it was moved and everything else, and we were able to explain to the jury why those three individuals' fingerprints were in the
Jeremy, you
car.
going to jail.
And the jury heard all the proof and they understood it, and I think we painted a...
Jeremy going to jail. Jeremy want to know all the evidence.
After the murder, the investigation did a fabulous job of highlighting sort of all three of those times and answering a lot of questions that a lot of murder cases you never get answered. We had a strong case, and it was good.
And I'd like to add also, I should also be complimenting the law enforcement investigative team. They did an excellent job in this case, and I don't want to leave them out. You don't always get fingerprint evidence, you don't always get DNA evidence in every case, and it is certainly possible to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt with any of that, and the proof in the pudding is what happened today.
Now, we haven't heard from the family, understandably so far, but you have worked closely with them. What have their emotions been like throughout the trial, especially today, given that news?
Well, in the trial, during this trial, they have been patient, and they've been together the whole time, you know. Small little room they're in before they go in the courtroom. I know this thing's been hard for them, but they've been...
He laughing. They ass out there.
Solid with each other and solid with us during
Right before election time. Why I tell y'all, gang? right before election time.
They've been great during.
You made a point in there to highlight how corroborating evidence was one of the most important aspects of your case, and the fact that witness testimony lined up with corroborating evidence. You want to speak to that?
Well, it's just so important. I mean, I think that sometimes when you try, particularly violent cases like this, sometimes your witnesses are not the best characters. I think, like I told the jury, there's many witnesses over the cases, I've tried through the years. I wouldn't trust them with my car keys or whatever else. But when you can point to other evidence that corroborates their testimony and their account,
He telling you don't trust Govan Red Ass.
despite who they are, is true, then that's incredibly important in a trial.
This has been a long time coming for, obviously, the family of Young Dolph and fans as
Bam.
well. What would you say, to them now that there's a guilty verdict?
Well, I mean, what I would say is that justice has been done, at least so far, and our efforts will continue to make sure that everybody who's responsible for Young Dolph's
Makitas!
held accountable. And you've seen us do that so far with 2 defendants, one by guilty plea and one by guilty verdict.
Makitas!
And our work will continue. Take maybe one more question.
What's next for Cornelius Smith?
This case
What?
will be
Look at him.
until November.
He keep asking about these people. Look how Steve Malroy look at that nigga. Look.
Until November. This case will be reset and.
Maybe one more question.
What's next for Cornelius Smith?
This.
Look. Steve Malroy telling Jeremy, man, why the fuck you asking all these questions like this, Jeremy? Jeremy's scared. Jeremy is scared, y'all. Out of his fucking mind right now. Jeremy, you going to jail. Jeremy, your ass going to jail for releasing them fake ass photos that you get from Raw Nation. Jeremy ass out of here. Jeremy is out of here. Who won't bet me? Jeremy's so fucking scared right now. Look at Jeremy.
This case will be reset until November. Like I told the jury.
Look how Steve Malroy look.
There'll be a point where he goes to prison, but we'll have to wait.
So thank you all very much. And the family has said that they are available to talk to you, and so I certainly encourage you to do that. Thank you all very much.
The Jeremy going to jail. Jeremy talking about what's next for Cornelius. Fuck you want to know that for? We don't give a fuck. Cornelius did his job. We don't give a fuck. Ooh, Lord.
Or 3.
Jeremy nervous. Y'all hold up, man. My shit fucking up. Jeremy so fucking nervous. He ain't know what the
On
fuck.
November 17, 2021, our lives changed forever. A son, a father, a brother, a friend, a businessman, a music artist, a philanthropist, and life partner are all among just some of the titles that my brother Adolph Robert Thornton Jr. held. Titles that have now left a missing piece in the lives of so many. I want to say thank you to the jury for their service and decision in this case to bring us one step closer to justice for our family, friends, supporters, and the community that has supported us during this time. Thank you to Judge Mitchell, Shelby County District Attorney's Office, including Paul Hangerman and his team, the MPD, U.S. Marshals, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, and other investigators and staff that assisted us with this investigation and case, ensuring that those responsible for this crime and involved with this crime have have and will be
Including
brought to
his.
justice for their actions. We realize this act of violence has impacted so many outside of our family and friends. Your outpouring of love and support throughout this process does not go unnoticed. We ask that instead of focusing on those who committed this crime, you focus on the man that Adolph Robert Thornton was. Regardless of the name that you may know him as, such as Adolph, Dolph, or Young Dolph, we ask you to remember the man who enjoyed being a father and spending time with his family. We ask that you remember the man who enjoyed giving opportunities to those who are often overlooked and counted out. We ask that you remember the man who enjoyed giving back to others and being an inspiration to those who come from less than ideal backgrounds, and knowing that they are seen and can change their outcomes and the lives of others by doing something positive. We will continue to heal and keep Adolph's legacy alive. We ask that the public and the media continue to keep our family in their prayers, as well as continue to respect our privacy during this time and the next steps of the judicial process as justice is served for all those involved for our loved one. Thank you.
Yes, Lord. We gonna catch Fox right now. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighborhood. Would you be mine? Oh, them motherfuckers fucked up. They done now. It's over with for them niggas. They done. You can stick a fork in them motherfuckers. Nobody kidding out with that shit.
It featured a live DJ, dozens of local vendors, dining deals, and a chance to learn about the history of the Pinch District. The event was created as a way to connect the community by activating alleys and unique spaces in different downtown neighborhoods.
It's such a good energy out here tonight. The weather is wonderful, and people are really excited to be out into the
Everybody kidding out.
having a good time, connecting communities. So
I got some people send me some cash up. Put my cash up on the board, y'all. Please. Put my cash up on the board for some of y'all. All right. Derek Watson, thank you. Felix, Roger Johnson, Marina McNeil, Rashawn Ransom, Jordan, Charlene Johnson, T.O. Armstrong, Roger Johnson, and Tavares. Thank you. Cortland Garner, Michael, Carlos Cotton. All y'all, thank y'all for y'all cash out, man. Let's go.
Lights will glow bright burgundy and
We ain't wait that shit. Get to this motherfucking Jeremy over here questioning these people. Get the Jeremy questioning these people. That's all I want to know. Jeremy over here questioning these people. That's all I want to hear. Look at Dominique Dillon with just fine ass.
In West Memphis, Arkansas, there's a ribbon cutting happening this.
Fuck the ribbon cutting. That nigga got light.
Square foot expand.
They take him away from his little daughter too.
Economic impact to the region.
The main cause for this is familiar eggs, so less supply. And
There ain't been no meal. There been this system.
2 on Fox 13.
Well,
Eggs at Kroger and Aldi for $3.29 and $3.62 at Walmart.
The start of the holiday.
We want to hear that. Come on, get to this real shit. Fuck all that holiday spending. I want to see what this man got to see. Gang, we did a good job, didn't we? Y'all don't lie, we did a good job. We ain't gonna take all the credit now, but goddamn it, we control the social media with this shit.
45. Pirating the
John Morant trying to get traded and they releasing shoes.
and more than $3 million is coming to a Memphis park.
They getting on my fucking nerve right now. For real. Got a hurricane off the coast too, Florida. Jeremy's so fucking nervous. Jeremy ain't know what to do with himself. Jeremy, you know you're going to jail. Jeremy, you know you're going to jail. Jeremy going to jail, dog. Hey, you see how them boy look at Jeremy, bro? Them boy look at Jeremy like, motherfucker, why you so worried about this for? You know you had a hand in this.
13 is it still on top of closing arguments in the Young Dolph murder trial. Here's a live look into the courtroom right now as the judge is reading those charges to the jury. She said it'll take about 20 minutes to do so. Fox 13 is also live streaming the trial of Memphis rapper Young Dolph. We'll have more on midday, and Fox 13's Jerry.
Fuck Jeremy.
Fox 13.
We use it all day, every day, 7 days a week. It's incredible.
The judge is reading those charges to the jury. She said it'll take about 20 minutes to do so.
At 5.
Fox 13 is also live streaming the trial of...
It's 5 o'clock right now, right? 5 o'clock news, right? 5 o'clock.
We use it all day, every day, 7 days a week. It's incredible.
With everything that happened in the courtroom. Thank you so much for joining us on Fox 13's Good Morning Memphis.
And be sure to watch it midday at 11 for local coverage that you can count on.
We use it all day, every day, 7 days a week. It's incredible.
All right, they say at 5, right? All right. We want to see what Jeremy's here. I'm hanging it up, nigga. I'm done.
Guilty. That's the verdict just handed up in the Young Dolph murder trial. It took the jury less than 4 hours to come to that verdict. Thank you for joining us tonight at 5. I'm Daryl Green. Darcy Thomas has the evening off. A judge sentenced Justin Johnson to life in prison for that first-degree murder charge And tonight at 5, we continue our live team coverage. Fox 13's Jack Bilton
Look at
has
Jeremy,
reaction
look sick.
from Young Dolph's family. But first, let's begin with Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre, live at 201 Poplar. Jeremy, you broke this story when Young Dolph was murdered November 17, 2022.
Yeah, and let me tell you, it's the emotional close to that nearly 3-year move to this day we have come to. Seeking justice for Young Dolph's family, they have finally gotten that justice. Justin Johnson, better known as Straight Drop,
he fucked up.
Sentenced to life in prison after a jury found him guilty of first-degree murder, as well as conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and a convicted felon in possession of a handgun. This verdict just coming in less than 45 minutes ago here at 201 in Criminal Court Division 10, excuse me. And let me tell you, we heard from the Shelby County District Attorney, Steve Mulroy, who gave us an idea as to how much work went into making sure the prosecution had all the evidence pointing to Justin Johnson being one of those shooters that killed Young Dolph.
I should also be complimenting the law enforcement investigative team. They did an excellent job in this case, and I don't want to leave them out. You don't always get fingerprint evidence. You don't always get DNA evidence in every case, and it is certainly possible to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt with any of that, and the proof in the pudding is what happened today.
And you know, Daryl, you said I've been with this story since the very beginning, and let me tell you, November 17th, 2021, I'm replaying it in my head all throughout the week.
Because you're going to jail, bitch.
This day right here. And let me tell you, it's not even, words can't even put together how this family, how they marched into that room, that small room behind me, and then marched right out of here, feeling as though that Young Dolph, his family finally receives that justice.
He want to cry.
It's been a long 3 years for you as well. I misspoke at the top there when I said 2022. I meant 2021. We're going to hear from Jeremy Moore coming up throughout the next 90 minutes here on Fox 13 News at 5, 5:30, and 6. Jeremy, we'll see you again in just a few moments. Now, 12 people made up that jury. 2 black men, 1 white man. The other 9 members were all white. And there were also 3 alternates, but they were dismissed before the deliberations began that handed up that guilty verdict today. Now, Young Dolph wasn't just a rapper in Memphis. You heard his sister earlier on Fox 13. He was a son, he was a brother, he was a father whose real name was Adolph Robert Thornton Jr. The 36-year-old left behind family, friends, and fans who grieved his loss for almost 3 years now. Let's go to Fox 13's Jack Bilyeu, also live there at the courthouse. So, Jack, shortly after the verdict, we did hear from Dolph's sister as well.
Yeah, Daryl, and Carlisa Thornton got emotional when she talked about getting justice for her brother after all this time. She says his loss left behind a missing piece. Thornton thanked investigators, prosecutors, and more for their work. She also said she knows his murder affected countless people, and she asked that instead of people focusing on those who committed the crime, they focus on the man who was lost.
Regardless of the name that you may know him as,
name.
Adolph, Dolph, or Young Dolph, we ask you to remember the man who enjoyed being a father and spending time with his family. We ask that you remember the man who enjoyed giving back to others and being an inspiration to those who come from less than ideal backgrounds.
Amia J., Dolph's life partner and the mother of his 2 children, weighed in on the situation in social media. She wrote in part, "This is just the beginning of our journey towards achieving full justice for Adolph, and we will patiently support the unfolding of that process." Now, we'll have more reaction coming up tonight at 6. Daryl?
That is Fox 13's Jack Bilyeu live at 201 Poplar. Jack, thank you. Now, Johnson is just one of the men accused in the killing of Young Dolph. Cornelius Smith admitted on the stand this week he was also one of the shooters who ambushed the rapper at Makita's Cookies. But it's Hernandez Govan that investigators say masterminded the plot to kill Dolph. Trial dates for those 2 men have not yet been set. Justin Johnson's half-brother, Jamarcus Johnson, also testified this week. He pleaded guilty to 3 counts of accessory after the fact back in June of 2023. Now, we've got a lot more coming up on this story throughout the next 90 minutes. Be sure to download the Fox 13 News app. We send an alert to your phone as...
All right, gang. I'm going to get ready for the live. So if anybody want to come back for the live, I'm going to do a live at 7 o'clock. All right? 7:30. I'm going to do a live at 7:30. We're going to have a party for Adolph Thornton Jr. So when y'all go get your liquor, go get your shit, and come back. We going to party tonight behind this work we done put in on this fucking kids. Because we done put in a lot of work on this kid. We have put in a lot of work on this case. All right? A lot of work has been put in on this kid. So I just want the key to the city. Memphis, can I have the key to the city? Memphis, can I have the key to the city? I wanted till they lock the cookie shop up. But can I have the key to the city? I love y'all again. We got Justin.
Metro the producer.
And let's go.
All I had left to Mitch was a voice in my head saying that he was going to meet up with Rico that night.
Good. You know I got all my niggas looking for the little nigga now, B. Sonny like my little brother too. Anything you need, let me know.
Looking, baby, because I need your help, baby. I need you to help me sell these 14 keys so I can get this ransom money for Sonny, man.
You got 14 bricks right there?
Yeah.
Quit you a fake?
Yeah, man, but look, once we get my little brother back, man, we right the fuck back on, baby. We right the fuck back on once I get Sonny. It's gonna be business.
Hey, yo, hey. What up? Right, B? Nah, man. Fucked up.
Metro the producer.
You know, I'm fucked up over this shit too, B. Murder them niggas who did that shit to Mitch, B. I'm trying to find out. Found any damn keys in that building with Mitch. Keys? Yeah, I gave Mitch a set of keys to get Sonny back, man. I know he had the fucking keys in there with him, man. Now, you know, I gotta get the money or the keys, man, to pay this connect back, man. Yo, B, why you ain't call me on that shit, B? You knew I would've went with that nigga Mitch and made that shit happen. I know, man. That's on me. I fucked up. Talked to Mitch yesterday.
Go get y'all shit together, man.
See that nigga the whole goddamn day yesterday.
Go get y'all shit together, man. Jeremy, pack your bag, bitch ass nigga. Pack your bag, bitch ass nigga.
What happened in your face, man? What?
God is good.
What happened in your face?
All the time.
Good shit. Fucking with this wild ass bitch last night. You know how I play, B.
Boy, you wild motherfucker, man.
Yeah.
You videotape that shit.
Think you know me and shit. I ain't take that shit last night, B.
Watch that motherfucking Rico come. I told them niggas this shit was gonna happen in just
All
this
I had
order.
left to Mitch was his
In
voice in my
just
head
this order, nigga.
saying that he was gonna meet up with Rico that night.
Did I not tell y'all that this was gonna happen in just this order? They been gonna get straight drop. Once they give them that life sentence, they gonna come in with that Rico and they gonna tear that shit down.
Like my little brother too. Anything
They gonna tear it down.
Looking, baby, because I need your help, baby. I need you to help me sell these 14 keys.
Let me show y'all them sleeves, man. The general,
You
man.
got 14 bricks right there?
The general.
Quit you,
Matter of
okay?
fact,
Yeah, man, but look, B.
Memphis, we love y'all. We got Valabasas shoes on with the motherfucking, hey, the general, man. Y'all know what time it is. We the general in this shit. You got us fucked up.
Saying he was gonna meet up with Rico that night.
Yeah, I'm a fly nigga like Dolph, man. You got me fucked up. I got just as much as swag as Dolph. Matter of fact, Dolph get his swag from on there. Cause I had swag before Dolph. Let's go get it. I told y'all it was gonna happen in this order. The general has spoken.
Got 14 bricks right there. Put it through a fake. Yeah, man, but look, man. Once we get my little brother back, man, we right the fuck back on, baby. We right the fuck back on. Once I get Sonny, it's gonna
The general has spoken, man. Y'all see these stars on these motherfucking cities? Memphis, shout out to Memphis, man. The general has spoken, man. The general has spoken, man. You got 14 bricks right there in that bag? Right there, right now, nigga? Let's go, gang. OTG, stand up, man. Oh, we gon' act a fucking fool tonight. Oh, we gon' act a fool tonight. Y'all go get y'all motherfucking liquor, go get your weed, go get whatever the fuck you like, and bring your ass back. And matter of fact, get the like button for your ass. Get out this motherfucker.
Hey, yo, hey. What up?
Control the producer. Control the producer.
Bow down and kiss the ring, nigga. Kiss the Converse, nigga. Bow down and kiss the motherfucking Converse. Hey, Skull, you owe me 10 grand. Hey, Skull, you owe me 10 grand, nigga. They coming to collect, nigga. You owe me 10 grand, and they coming to collect, nigga.
Why you ain't calling me on that shit, B? You knew I would've won with that nigga mentioning.
Gang, y'all go get my money from Skull, man. Go get my money from Skull, man. Tell Skull I need that check, man. I need that motherfucking check, man. Life. Y'all stay tuned for my documentary. My documentary gonna be out in a minute. Y'all stay tuned for On That Gang documentary on how we solve the young dog case. Not the internet, how we
All I had left to me
solve
was his voice in my
the
head.
young dog case, man.
Saying that he was gonna meet up with Rico that night.
You tell Skull I don't want none of that prop money. I don't want that prop money, Skull. I don't want that bullshit you got, that white ass money. I want blues, bitch. 3 months from now on, they ain't gonna be talking about this. He gonna be like, move on to something else. Yeah. But guess what? Him losing his life behind my cookies, you know. Him losing his life behind my cookies, you know. Bullshit! Being up foot, bitch.